Hi. Good morning. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 9:04 in the morning on January 9th, 2026. Ooh, we made it through January 6th. That's good. Friday. It's a Friday, and it's 9:04 in the morning, and it's 66 degrees in my house, and it's January 9th. My propane ran out last night, so I woke up fucking freezing cold, and I've got to go. Yeah, but I have a fireplace, electric fireplace running, so my temperature's at 66, which is good. Yeah, let's make it a little higher, huh? 74, 76. We'll try 78 and see what it does. Got an electric fireplace, keeping me warm. Oh, there's a cord in front of the fireplace, which is bad. I realize that.
I recommend some content to watch. No. To do a voice search, hold down the mic button while speaking.
No. Okay, good. No, I didn't want you to do that. Put it away. Sorry about that. I'm just fixing something in my house. So, I am gonna drop it off the big face here, but yes, I have to go to get my blood drawn for tests here, and that's in 25 minutes. So I've only got about 10 minutes here. I thought I would get the recording started and get my day started so that when I got home, I would just be able to jump into it. So. Yeah, I'll probably have to leave her about 10 minutes. Yeah, I would, or not even. Yeah, no, I probably need her and leave her in like 10 minutes, something like that. Um, the ADS is the same, is it? I'm gonna plug in my head or my fucking keyboard here. Damn, took him a while to get here. Hello. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. The fireplace is good enough to keep this place at 68. So it'll just be expensive for 3 days, but and what else can we do? Oh. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Hi guys, I am back. What's up? Killer Ice Agent exposed. Ooh. I am picking videos to watch. And I am back. I got my head shaved, as you can see. Feels so much better. Oh, I love the stubble. It's so good. Uh, but I want you to go back. What are we queued? Okay, so go back one though. You no. Oh yeah, there we go. So Okay, Reese Waters. The rights Charlie Kirk not applied to Renee Good apparently. Okay, going back to work here. I gotta charge my headphones. Okay. Okay, so today we are looking at a RuneScape competitor stepping to the market, and I hope they do well. I don't think they're going to beat RuneScape, but I hope they at least like provide some kind of competition, because that whole free to play, you know, cheap MMO thing that they've been doing forever, they've been like the only contender in that scene, and I would prefer. Oh, that's not true. Albion stepped and competed with them. Albion is good competition. I would like to see other than 2 though. So I don't have my headphones turned on. We are going to the AirPods.
Anyone gets mad, no, this is...
Okay, so...
okay, before anyone gets mad...
And how are my sound levels here? Yeah, they're looking pretty good. Now what happened here? Ooh, no. Settings. Sound, first of all, should be on the system default, but also... Yeah, well, that should be right, I guess. And then I'm going to log into... Ooh, Grand Theft Auto. I'm learning that the cell phone thing keeps you logged in? Yeah, wow. Or did I log in? I don't know. I thought, yeah, I've been gone like an hour. That should have logged me out, but the cell phone kept me logged in, I guess, which is cool. Gotta do a car wash mission. They're paying more right now anyways.
No, this is not actually RuneScape 4, but I accidentally found a game that made me feel something I haven't felt in a very long time.
Like, that you're happy with a game?
Itch. I loaded into this random early access
yeah, let's drink some vodka, motherfucking 10:30 in the morning like a good alcoholic. No, I'm just kidding. I am getting drunk because my ribs hurt really bad and I'm stuck. I'm just stuck. I don't know. There's like nothing else I can do. They didn't give me fucking pain meds, so this is what I'm doing instead.
Almost no players online.
I watched a really good documentary last night, if you guys hadn't seen, on Netflix. Yeah. Paparazzi King was actually super fucking good. I haven't finished it yet, but it's fucking good. It's dubbed because it's entirely in Italian, but it's good dub. It's done well. And this guy, he was like the Jeffrey... Well, he wasn't a Jeffrey Epstein type. He's more like the most popular man in Europe. He's up there with David Beckham, and I didn't know he existed, and I forget his name now. Something or another. I forget... Fabrizio Corona. The cast is Fabrizio Corona. And yeah, and Fabrizio Corona is this guy's name, and he's like the most evil guy in history. He taught Jeffrey how to be Jeffrey. Jeffrey wanted to be him, I think. He was like a way more successful, way more like way out in the open. He was in the open. He was in the tabloids. And he is the king of the paparazzis, which means that he had like 50 paparazzi that he paid to follow celebrities around wherever they went. At any given time, he had like 50 on the payroll, and he was always just sending them all over the world to go get like information on celebrities, see if they sleep with trans hookers. See, there's that scene right there. Or see if they like, see if they cheat on their wives or that kind of thing. And yeah, Paparazzi King was a good, like they're doing did some banger ass documentaries. And I watched this before I went to bed, or sorry, when I woke up this morning, because I woke up very early, but I had to go get my blood drawn today, and I got my head shaved. As you can see, I went to the barber. Oh, you know, I didn't turn on lights, and I'm gonna need to do that. I'll be right back.
Expecting to bounce after 10 minutes, and instead, I stayed. So, why? Now, let's be clear, this game is very obviously inspired by old school RuneScape.
The graphics look better. I don't think the gameplay maybe is better. We'll see.
The progression, the slow, deliberate pace, even the world and...
It's not a contender for me. I'm not going back to this style of game. I already went through this like around New Year's for RuneScape and stuff. I'm not going back to RuneScape, but I do observe the new games on the market that make splashes, and I do like Waydot's opinion. I think Waydot is a good MMO streamer.
Items and monsters are obviously RuneScape.
Winds of Valen, play for free on Steam. What's this now? Oh, never mind. So Winds of Valen.
Inspired. It's like teetering.
Graphics are better, and the combat is the sort of combat that I like.
Plagiarism. There's a little.
It's not good enough.
Little goblin village outside the
At least the camera is spinnable.
starting town,
but it's still not a good camera.
If that immediately turns you off, I get it.
It does, and I'm sorry. He's like, I get it. It's like I don't like RuneScape, you know.
Almost turned me off too. But the longer I played, the more I realized this wasn't just copying systems, it was recreating the feeling, the itch. So this is Winds of Valen, a brand new MMO in
It looks a lot better than RuneScape. It's got some natural beauty to it that I like.
the access. The map is small, the skill list is limited, and you can realistically see most of what the game offers without putting
I don't know.
in hundreds of hours. So no, this isn't a finished MMO.
Is that
The game
something?
offers
No.
without putting in hundreds of hours. So no, this isn't a finished MMO. In fact, it's in extremely early development, having just released as early access about 2 months ago. But what surprised me was how quickly this game made me stop thinking about features and systems and start thinking about goals. I wasn't chasing efficiency and following quest markers, I was just solving little problems one at a time.
Yeah, it's a great little RPG, but if it was 2004. Like, have you seen World of Warcraft lately, or even Grand Theft Auto 6? It's like, you know, it's cool. I know you guys all want to go back to 2004. Last time that you got laid. I know you do. But it's not happening. Dude, can I steal this? No. Can I steal that? No. No. Damn, baby. Harsh souls. Somebody blew up my car. I want to turn on pacifism mode before I die. Please? I'm taking part in free mode? Oh, I am, yeah. Okay. Well, let's go out. Is there a motorcycle here? Yes, there is, except it might be owned. I don't know. You owned. You don't have access now. So...
And every solution made this tiny indie MMO feel a little bigger. So this isn't a video about how this is going to be RuneScape 4, it's about why somehow this random unfinished MMO scratched the RuneScape itch better than most modern MMOs I've played. And why after finishing everything this game currently offers, I think it deserves a few more players than it has right now. So despite
Let's go see what it's doing. I'm just curious, just for, you know, posterity reasons or whatever. I'm just, you know, for informational reasons. So let's go see how it's doing. Steam Game and Player Statistics. No, we're going to SteamDB. SteamDB. We're looking at Winds of Valen, or Valen, Winds of Valen. Winds of Valen is pulling 5,000 in daily active users in wishlist activity, but it's in the, oh no, 200 people. 200 people played this game. You can see that it's basically all games media. Yeah, what is that? That's 79. Oh my god, Thursday. Yeah, like, so now that Waydot's videos come out, you can see that this skyrocketed from 70 to like double or something, 170 something. I wonder if they pay him to do this. It's insane.
I'll look into it.
Fabrizio something or another. Yeah, I want to see some more on him, but anyway,
Extremely low expectations, I loaded into the game where you can select to play online. I set my display name and you're asked to choose between 3 different servers, the US, EU, and Australia. These had 13, 28, and 10 players online, respectively. I created a character, made him kind of look like Keanu Reeves, and this is basically The Matrix if it was made by Nintendo. But with that, I loaded into the game, and this is
the camera's the same.
Winds of
How is
you
this
have an action
not
bar with
the
9
same?
different slots across the bottom of
Well, that's definitely better.
the screen, and a small menu to the left where you can see your inventory with 28 slots, a character sheet.
Yeah, I'm not a RuneScape fiend, so I mean, I'm gonna miss this one, unfortunately. I mean, but I think it's good information for RuneScape players. You might check. You said you liked. You might check out Winds of Valen. Looked pretty good. It looks good, but it's just not my game.
Sheet skills, as well as the attack style, which will
I don't know, though. I played Quinfall recently, and this reminds me of Quinfall a bit.
indicate which skill you're training while in combat. You're introduced to this small little town with a couple of stalls. This one here was selling different kinds of shields, and almost immediately,
Show the combat.
for sword I started with. I sold everything extra,
Mm-hmm.
and then eventually I found
Show the combat.
later on and with some of the boss fights that I encountered, but in typical RuneScape fashion, it's click and wait. Now, it's actually quite a bit faster paced than RuneScape. Both you and your enemies attack pretty fast, depending on the type of weapon you're using. And also another thing to note is health does not passively regenerate.
Not good enough, unfortunately. I hate feeling that way, like closed-minded. I want to jump at it. It's free. But I'm not even going to take it as a free offer. I'm sorry, I got too many games on my fucking docket.
Her name was Renee Nicole Macklin Good. She is, or rather
Rest in peace, love.
was the 37-year-old woman, the 37-year-old American citizen who ICE killed yesterday in Minneapolis. She described herself as a poet, a writer, a wife, a mom, and she's being remembered by members of her community as a kind, compassionate, and giving person. But also, since her death, she's been called a professional agitator, a deranged leftist, and a domestic terrorist. And now there's a talk of war between
For
Minnesota
what?
and
Trying
the
to
federal
drive away
government.
from
Among other
armed
things, we're gonna
thugs?
talk about what actually happened, the fallout and the patterns that we can find, and the violence that's been taking place, and the claims being made to justify it. We're just starting with what actually went down. We've seen multiple videos from different angles, but the main one is this one. You see an agent approach Renee's SUV. He tries to open the door. She backs away. Another officer moves in front of the vehicle. She pulls forward to the right, and then that officer fires 3 rounds at her, including at least twice when many say that it looks like he is clearly outside of the path of the vehicle. The SUV then continues a short way down the street, veering to the left, and crashes into a parked car. And it was about 10 seconds from the moment that the agents exited the truck to shots being fired. And the agent who fired the shots appears to be seen in videos walking around afterwards with no apparent injuries. And this is you had people starting to scream
The hell
things
was that?
like,
You are fucking criminals!
You are fucking criminals.
Fucking criminals!
My god, she sounds like my best friend's sister so much.
and you would wonder
Man,
who
I've
with
never
blood
seen her
covering
be angry
face
before.
reportedly being heard shouting, "You guys just killed my wife." Also, you saw
guys
things
just
like when
killed my
authorities
wife.
eventually left the scene, you had people yelling and throwing snowballs, agents hitting back with pepper spray and pepper balls. Also last night, thousands gathered at a vigil for the victim and to protest ICE. Right in that is, there have also been protests in other U.S. cities, including New York and Los Angeles. And actually in Minneapolis today, there have been more clashes between protesters and federal agents, with school even being canceled in the city for the rest of the week. And Governor Tim Walz announced that he was issuing a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard, warning protesters to stay peaceful and to not take the bait, arguing that the Trump administration was just looking for an excuse to deploy the military. Right, he also seemed to compare the current mood and the potentiality of what's going to happen to what happened after George Floyd was murdered, because he was actually killed about a mile from where Renee was killed yesterday.
We saw it after the murder of George Floyd. There's folks that want to cause chaos. There's the disruptors in it. And while the vast majority of those protests were peaceful expressions of their First Amendment rights, there were those that destroyed property and put people at risk. The National Guard is there to make sure that peaceful protests are able to be done and that those that want to do the destruction are stopped from doing that.
Right, and then, notably, in his address, he spoke out against federal interference, saying these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops, and also repeating a point that he made the day before.
Well, I said this yesterday. We've never been at war with our federal government.
And of course, with the White House jumping on that to claim that Walz declared Minnesota is at war against the federal government, calling him sick and a dangerous lunatic, possibly insinuating that he intended to pit those troops against federal immigration agents. I mean, you have at least one Republican lawmaker even calling on Trump to arrest Walz over the National Guard announcement. And well, for many, they see this as Walz just talking about using their National Guard to keep a handle on potential protests. I will say it is true that he and other officials are pushing back hard against the Trump administration's version of events, or with Walz urging the public not to believe what he called a propaganda machine and saying that the shooting was both totally predictable and totally
That was
avoidable.
awesome. I just cut through a battle. I cut right through the middle of a battle.
Target of any law enforcement investigation.
Awesome.
Mayor Jacob Frey calling the government's account of Renee's death bullshit, garbage.
He was shooting at a helicopter.
Get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
But then
Get
with
the
all that,
fuck out of
we
Minneapolis,
exactly
piece
what
of
the Trump
shit
administration
fucking
has
traitors.
said. But as far as
Get
Trump
the
himself,
fuck
he
out
had
of
a
Minneapolis,
different clip
piece of
online
shit
where very
ice
little can
pick
be seen of him
fucker
saying that
traitors.
Renee was
Get the
obviously
fuck out of
a
Minneapolis.
agitator and that she violently, willfully, and viciously ran
Piece
over
of
the ICE
shit
officer.
right-wing
Also saying in an interview
cocksucker
with the New York
traitors.
Times, she didn't try to run him over, she ran him over. With him even reportedly having an aide pull the video up on a
At
laptop
war
in
with your
an
own
effort to prove
people.
his point. Then also
Fucking
had Vice President
assholes.
J.D. Vance presenting it as just a matter of fact that Renee at least tried to run the agent over, which is also not clear from the video. Writing, do you think this officer was wrong in defending his life against a deranged leftist who tried to run him over? Then also had Homeland Security Secretary Ice Barbie Christy Nome describing the incident as an act of domestic terrorism, with that saying that she'll ask the Justice Department to prosecute the use of vehicles to block immigration enforcement operations as domestic terrorism. She also claimed Renee had been stalking officers, saying she attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. And with that, painting the agent as a hero who killed her and he used his training to save his life and those of his colleagues. And finally, you had Nome claiming that the officer had been assaulted before, and right with that, you have outlets now identifying him as Jonathan Ross. With Ross actually reportedly being the same officer who was injured by another fleeing driver in a different incident last year. But of course, you know, this is a different situation, and even if you take what the administration is saying at face value,
sure?
it's worth noting that the DOJ's own use of force policy says that agents may not fire at a moving car that is threatening them unless no other objectively reasonable
No, he'll
means of
be
defense appear to
fired.
exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. And while ICE and the Homeland
You
Security
did
Department's
violate
policy on the use
policy.
of force also says that officers are authorized to use deadly force only if the officer, quote, has a reasonable belief that the subject of such force poses an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. The policy further clarifies that officers should avoid intentionally and unreasonably placing themselves in positions in which they have no alternative to use deadly force. And so that's why you have people like an expert on police use of force at the University of South Carolina saying, the way you evaluate this is you look to see what's the imminent threat to life, and there is none. She's leaving, saying this is what we call officer-created jeopardy, and also explaining that the first agent to approach the car had escalated the situation, whereas local police officers are generally trained to de-escalate tense confrontation. So you also have people like another expert seeing it as less conclusive, but also arguing that the fact that the agent fired more than once is very significant, saying if you're able to keep aiming at something that is moving by you, then you have some innate knowledge that it is moving by you and not running over you. But then also with all this, something that's really big is that, you know, this claim that a driver aimed to use their vehicle as a weapon, it's often been used as a justification for fatal law enforcement shootings of otherwise unarmed drivers. Or with, for example, a 2021 New York Times investigation finding that in many cases, the driver was just trying to get away, and that some officers, they put themselves in danger, and others, they appear to face no danger at all. And now in this second Trump administration, it's possible that we're seeing that with ICE. Just in the past 4 months alone, immigration officers are reportedly fired on at least 9 people in 5 states and Washington, D.C. Very notably, every single one of them were fired on while in their vehicles. And in each case, officials officials have claimed that agents fired in self-defense, fearing that they'd be struck by the vehicle, and at least one other person besides Renee died as a result. Or with that being with a Mexican immigrant back in September who was shot and killed less than a minute after being pulled over. And with DHS officials claiming that he had hit and dragged one of the officers with his car, and that the officer who shot him was acting in self-defense, though notably, analysis of the video, it has called into question the government's narrative. And when it comes to the government's narrative, it's about more than just these incidents that have or have almost turned deadly. But after Renee's shooting, you had Noam arguing that the incident goes to show that assaults that are ICE law enforcement officers are under every single day.
I think a jet's chasing me.
Trump claimed the reason these incidents
I'm not
are
too
happening
far.
is
I'm like
the
half a
radical
mile
left is
away.
threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. With that, tying into DHS's truly shocking claims that assaults against ICE agents have been up by as much as 1,150% year over year. And very notably, there's no public evidence that assaults have actually gone up as dramatically as the government has claimed. In the administration, they've reportedly turned down repeated requests for data.
Yeah, are they
backing up,
actually
even as the
assaulting
stat
people?
has
I
been
don't know
used to
about
justify
that. They'll
agents
lose
using
their
masks and
jobs.
hiding their identities to operate with
Like,
impunity.
he
But an
assaulted
analysis
this
of
lady,
court records
but-
by Colorado Public Radio show only about a 25% rise in
CPR?
charges for assaults against federal officers through mid-September compared to the same
why
time
did they
year.
use a
You know, if we
CPR
look deeper,
poll?
just like with
That's
shootings
crazy.
involving vehicles, there's a pattern that goes
Colorado
back further.
Public
During
Radio.
Trump's first
That's
term, U.S. Customs and Border Patrol reported a 20% increase in assaults on officers from 2015 to 2016, and then a 73% increase from 2016 to 2017. Those stats were quickly brought up when two Border Patrol
I'm gonna ask a question of the AI. I don't remember. What was I gonna ask? I don't remember. It's in X4. In X4 Foundations, how do I hire a subordinate? Where do I go? In X4 Foundations, how do I hire a subordinate? Where do I go? No, my station wants me to hire a subordinate. I can't keep building. Oh, okay, that's all? Okay. God damn, the graphics are good. No, wait, I want to go to...
Mercury, Vanguard.
Oh yeah, so you wanted a subordinate to build something. Right now, we are currently... Cool, I can teleport now, which is sweet. I want to deal with silicone wafers. Yes, and I will buy for 135. And
The ship
sell
will be
for
undocking
460. Buy for 455. Silicone wafers. Buy for 455. Confirm.
Requesting
permission to dock.
I make about 148,000 each time I do this. So if I do it like 5 times, it's $1 million. That's probably enough for now, though. Cool.
Patrol agents were found injured and unconscious, with one later dying from his injuries, with many jumping to the conclusion that undocumented immigrants were behind it, even though the FBI ultimately found no evidence of that. And what's more, those stats that may have helped shift public opinion, they were probably bullshit. The uptick in alleged assaults seemed to be at least partly driven by a decision to start counting them in the most absurd way possible. I mean, you had a CBP official explaining to The Intercept in 2018 that one incident the year before involved 7 agents who were assaulted by 6 subjects utilizing 3 different types of projectiles: rocks, bottles, and tree branches. So those numbers, 7, 6, 3, they were multiplied together, so it counted as 126 total assaults. Well, we don't know for sure if the same bogus methodology is being used with ICE today. It is connected to where we are right now, including the conversation around Renee's death. And you've got folks like AOC being among the most outspoken in pointing to what happened and what we're hearing to argue that ICE needs to be reined in, saying
ICE has less accountability than virtually any law enforcement agency in the United States. And yet they are some of the most well-funded, they're operating with impunity, and we just saw them murder an American citizen in cold blood, in the street. And despite whatever lies that the president wants to say about what was happening in this, you can see what happened for yourselves.
Right, and actually, as AOC was answering these questions about the Minneapolis shooting, she was approached by a Fox News producer for the Jesse Waters primetime show, asking her to make an appearance. Her response has since racked up millions of views.
He has sexualized me on his show. He has sexually harassed me on his show. He has engaged in horrific, sexually exploitative
That's not
rhetoric.
true, Congresswoman.
It is true. It is true, because he accused me of wanting to quote unquote sleep with Stephen Miller. So why don't you tell me what you think is acceptable to tell a woman? Thank you.
With AOC then later
Get
sharing
owned,
that clip
piece
and
of
saying
shit!
on
Get
X,
fucking owned, you right-wing cocksucker! Get owned!
Not bold. Good luck. And for the people out there that don't consume the poison that is Fox News, that she is specifically referring to a moment from Fox News' The Five from back in October, where the hosts are responding to a live that AOC did on Instagram, where she was encouraging Democrats to make fun of MAGA men and their insecure masculinity, saying that Stephen Miller looked like a clown, and adding,
I've never seen that guy in real life, but he looks like he's like 4'10", and he looks like he is angry about the fact that he's 4'10", and he looks like he is so mad that he is 4'10", that he's taking that anger out at any other population possible.
Short,
Like,
it's short people syndrome.
laugh at them.
It's short people
Laugh at
syndrome.
them.
and with that,
Yeah,
you had
fuck
the
'em, I
Five
will laugh at
responding.
them.
Do you think that MAGA men are insulted
Short?
by AOC?
No,
Yes, I think they are.
AOC wants to sleep with Miller. It is so obvious.
What?
And I'm sorry, you can't have him. Miller is the best. I know him well socially.
What?
And the
The
man
best.
is not overcompensating. Dana, I know
You're talking
that
about
people are
Stephen Miller, that
overcompensating.
And also,
fugly
I
turtle.
should probably know that this is far from the only time that Jesse Waters has made unsavory comments.
My
on the air,
mother,
specifically.
my mother was sitting there making fun of him yesterday. She's like, "That has got to be the ugliest man on the fucking planet," and I'm not talking about fucking his face. That's what she said. She was like making fun. He was like, "Oh." It's funny to watch like an old woman's revulsion at how he looks. I showed her a Hysteria podcast about piece of shit Stephen Miller. Let's go watch that. That's a good video. It's funny when a woman's like, ugh. You can see they're not kidding. You can see they're actually repulsed. He actually does like fucking like he does like he engendered repulsion in my mother. She was like, oh, blah. She almost puked. I was like, yeah. So Hysteria did Stephen Miller. It's looking like another Steven. Looks like we got another Steven. Yeah. Yeah, I want to rewatch this because we didn't finish. Yeah, but this is good. They make some good fun of him here. They rip into him pretty good.
about women, with it sometimes taking the shape of him going after single women for Zohran Mamdani's win in New York City, going on a rant about women with the wrong degree living in the most expensive city in the world who haven't gotten married and had kids, quote, like everybody else. Or you have times like when he said that Paris would be paralyzed by generals who would have their way with her in the White House's Situation Room. There he continues to apologize, saying he was just speaking figuratively, not sexually.
That's
maybe
him.
The most recent example, aside from AOC,
Fuck that
are his
fucking
comments
asshole.
about Renee Good, right, the victim in the Minneapolis ICE shooting.
The woman who lost her life was a self-proclaimed poet from Colorado, with pronouns in her bio. A 37-year-old white woman named Renee Good.
Pronouns in her bio.
Behind a lesbian
what the
partner
fuck does
and
that
a child
do?
From a previous
oh my
She was a
god.
disruptor, though she considered herself a legal observer. But there's no evidence she had a
You
law
are
degree.
foul
And
and
that earned
sick,
him a
you
hefty
weird
dose of
man.
backlash, with people calling him heartless, cruel, shameless,
Fucking
dishonest,
weird,
bigoted.
shitty
California
piece of
state
shit.
senators
Bigoted fucking bigot.
saying in
It's
the
a bad, it's a bigot acting badly.
pantheon of psychopaths,
Jackass psychopath.
Jesse Waters is an apex predator.
Apex predator. In the pantheon of psychopaths, Jesse Waters is an apex predator.
But with all that said,
That's what Scott Wiener said about him.
state senators saying in the pantheon of psychopath, Jesse Waters is an apex predator. But with all that said, you know, with all the updates that we've seen, all the fallout, the reactions, and wherever the hell this thing is going,
Wherever
I've
the
gotta
hell this
ask you,
thing
you know,
is
what are your
going,
thoughts, opinions, and reactions to everything we're seeing right now? For me personally, I think the lightest way I can say it is I agree with Ken Jennings, who looks like he posted the prosecute the former regime at every level candidate has my vote in 2028. And while I personally disagree with people that are calling this a justified shooting, I'm just extra disturbed and disgusted, and things I won't say in this video about assholes like Asmongold, whose response to this was
Rip Bozo. That's what he said about this lady. I'm never putting Zach on my fucking channel ever again. Goddamn cocksucking moron. Right-wing piece of shit. What happened to you?
Bozo, and you have
I guess the mask is off now.
the vice president saying that, you know, that everyone's being gaslighting. That is to say, him going after the media for not just regurgitating the administration's propaganda. And, you know, in addition to the anger that I feel, I'm feeling more concerned than ever about the ghouls being transparently ghouls in public. But again, hey, this is the Philip DeFranco Show. Yes, it is a news show, but it's also meant to be a conversation. So whether you agree or disagree with me, or you have some other take, let me hear from you in those comments. And then there's more we got to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me say, you know, turning motivation into productivity, it's not always easy, but that's why I use today's sponsor, Brain.fm. You know, it's not just music. /DeFranco, or scan that QR code to try it free for 30 days. That's
I used to listen to their fucking ads. Now I don't do it anymore because it's just like, yeah, I respect you. You're giving me, like, you know, content for my stream and stuff. And I respect you. Most times I do listen to the ad, but after a while I began to realize that I've been manipulated to listen to ads. I'm being manipulated.
Brain.fm.
They found some way to get ads through, even past the blocker.
DeFranco for 30 days free. But then getting
So I
back
skip it.
into the
I'm
news
gonna
right-
skip it. I'm gonna start skipping, especially when they show me where the ad is, so you can skip it.
More news you need to know. People are trying to make big money on Trump's rogue international
I wonder if
strategy.
they'll try and make that illegal. They'll be like, you can't show it when an ad is on a YouTube video anymore because that affects our ad revenues. So now it's illegal. You'll go to jail if you do it. And I swear to God, that's like where we're headed.
Or because after the United States bombed Venezuela and captured Maduro, prediction markets show increasing odds that Trump will take other drastic actions abroad. Right on Kalshi, bets that Trump will buy or take control of some part of Greenland are up compared to a week ago, as are bets that Trump will take back the Panama Canal. And while those predictions still only hover in the 30% range, when you consider that they were just at 16% a week ago, that's pretty significant. Right, and all of this, it comes as at least one person made big money on the US's actions in Venezuela. Right, a relatively new anonymous Polymarket account started by placing its first small bets on US intervention there on December 27th. And over the course of the following week, that trader increased its bets on Maduro not being in power by the end of the month, something that seemed very much against the odds. And then their last wager was placed at 10 p.m. Eastern on Friday, just before the operation was announced.
Somebody bet on Maduro falling and they made $400,000.
And by that time, the trader had put $34,000 in wagers on this, most of which were shortly before the operation, and which ended up landing them over $400,000.
Somebody had inside information.
Profit. So you've got a lot of people looking at that and going, okay, no one's timing is that perfect. Right? Is this person inside of the administration? Did they know something? And you've got an executive of a financial reform advocacy group saying this particular bet has all the hallmarks of a trade based on inside information. And, while insider trading is a big legal no-no in the stock market, prediction markets are less regulated. They're technically not even legally considered gambling. And while these platforms, they have policies to prevent insider trading, this is far from the only controversy of this nature. Last year, a Polymarket user made almost $1 million after correctly winning 22 out of the 23 bets on what Google's most searched topics of the year would be. And all of this, it's a massive can of worms in general, but there are also a lot of specific concerns when it comes to placing bets on politics. You can put money basically on anything, like who's most likely to leave the Trump administration in the next 2 years, if Americans will get tariff stimulus checks, who will be the Democratic candidate in 2028, and how long Caroline Leavitt will speak during press briefings. And I bring up that last one because that is something that has gained a lot of attention on Twitter lately. But some of what people bet on here is pretty complicated, right? Especially when you look at the foreign affairs bets that are booming right now. And there you have Bloomberg explaining prediction markets thrive on binary outcomes, while geopolitical reality rarely fits cleanly into yes or no. And adding traders can bet on overlapping questions. Did the US invade? Did troops enter? Was a leader removed? That all track the same event but resolved differently. And a lot of this, it brings us to the question of, well, will the United States be working swiftly to regulate this industry? And no. Or I guess to hedge my bets, let's say, don't hold your breath. Right? There is a House Democrat introducing legislation addressing insider trading among government officials on prediction markets, and Kalshi has said that it would support this. But the Trump administration is probably not eager to regulate this space. Right? Because just before Trump took office last year, his son, Trump Jr., landed a role as Kalshi's strategic advisor. And that, as his venture capital firm previously invested in Polymarket. And Trump himself actually announced that Truth Social will be launching Truth Predicts, which will allow people to place crypto bets on events in sports, politics, and more. And so, there are a lot of people that see some or all of that as a major roadblock to regulation, with one professor saying, it would be helpful if prediction market platforms themselves do not have political ownership. We need them to be invested in weeding out bad activity like insider trading without any distracting influences. And so instead of things maybe getting
I blew 5,000 caps
some
again,
reports
or 3,000.
this kind of betting, it's set to boom with the midterms. And with that, you have places like NPR saying, critics of the apps worry that turning election results into casino-like wagers could encourage wealthy donors to make bets that could artificially inflate one candidate's odds on the apps, and saying that in turn could fuel the candidate's momentum, lead to a bump in news coverage, and even influence voter behavior. And then there are also concerns about how foreign actors could use these markets to execute their agendas. But again, these markets are very likely not going to be going anywhere. They're just becoming more and more universal. Kalshi's even partnering with major news outlets like CNN and CNBC to offer its betting wagers in their news coverage. Right? And so lately, if you tune into CNN talking about Greenland, you'll see them discussing how people are betting on Kalshi on that subject. And as the CEO of Kalshi previously said, the long-term vision is to financialize everything and create a tradable asset out of any difference in opinion. And while with all this, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions just to share here. Well, I am someone that likes to gamble myself from time to time, though I also don't take any gambling sponsorships anymore, even fantasy football stuff. I think these sites, I think the idea of turning everything into gambling, it's not just a moral rot on our country. I think it is going to ruin generations to come. For some of the reasons others have mentioned in the coverage today, as well as numerous others I've ranted on in my other podcasts. And then, this is unrelated, so I really have no transition, but this is a news show. We got to talk about news. Trump is taking Venezuela's oil and has no plans to give up control of the country, right? That is according to President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who both touched on that yesterday, right? And it's unclear what the actual current plan for Venezuela's oil is. Rubio said that America would be seizing up to 50 million barrels of it, and that would give Trump tremendous leverage to stabilize the place after the vacuum left by Maduro's capture. You also had Rubio adding,
we're going to sell it in the marketplace at market rates, not at the discounts Venezuela was getting. That money will then be handled in such a way that we will control how it is dispersed in a way that benefits the Venezuelan people, not corruption, not the regime.
Rubio then also gave the most details to date about what the U.S. plans to do with Venezuela, stabilization, recovery, and transition. By saying selling the oil and giving them a cut is supposed to help with stabilization. And in an interview with the New York Times, Trump said, we will rebuild it in a very profitable way, saying we're going to be using oil and we're going to be taking oil, we're getting oil prices down, and we're going to be giving money to Venezuela, which they desperately need. Also, one of the big questions questions left unanswered is how long is this going to take, with the question weeks, months, a year, to which Trump said, I would say much longer. It's also unclear how the U.S. means to control Venezuela, right? Trump's words. Right now, it doesn't seem like they're interested in directly taking over the government, seeming to be fine with letting it be a de facto tributary state that pays off America by letting American companies take over the oil industry. And if the new interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, who of course was Maduro's VP, very closely tied to him, part of the same regime, decides against America's interests, and there's always a massive fleet just sitting off the coast to change things up. Also, speaking of Delcy Rodriguez, Trump declined to answer why he chose her over opposition leader Maria Corina Machado. When asked if he's spoken to Rodriguez, who has taken a conciliatory tone with the United States, Trump said no, but adding Marco speaks to her all the time and saying, I will tell you that we are in constant communication with her and the administration. Though I'll say, while Trump hasn't spoken to Rodriguez, he has spoken to the president of neighboring Colombia. But ever since capturing Maduro, Trump just hasn't been subtle about his threats to various Latin American leaders, including Colombia's president. But after a phone call, Trump said that they talked about the drug situation in Colombia and, quote, I appreciated his call and tone and look forward to meeting with him in the near future. Arrangements are being made between Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the Foreign Minister of Colombia. You know, considering that Trump had just called him a sick man, that seems to be a massive improvement. But then to circle back to Venezuela, you know, there's a big question about how much this is going to cost taxpayers. So according to Rubio, despite some reporting, it's not going to cost us anything, saying that's because the U.S. expects to make money out of the deal as American companies improve Venezuela's oil infrastructure. Though I'll say, to like put it lightly, whether that's true or not, that's yet to be seen, and especially since, you know, they're not moving until guarantees are made. Though I will say, if it truly doesn't cost taxpayers anything, this could be a win for Trump as far as his polling, because already you have a CBS News poll saying that 48% of American adults already approve of what's going on in Venezuela. Though as you get deeper into the stats, you see just how much of that is being driven by Republicans who just immediately kind of got in line and shifted to the president's opinion. However, I'll say at the same time, that could be offset by just the outrage over reports that the U.S. might offer Greenlanders $10,000 to $100,000 each to support secession. Right, in all of this, it's playing out as you have 5 Senate Republicans joining the Democrats in passing a war powers resolution that blocks the president from using the military in Venezuela. With Trump then not happy about that and instantly going to Truth Social to write, Republicans should be ashamed of the senators that just voted with Democrats in attempting to take away our powers to fight and defend the United States of America. This vote greatly hampers American self-defense and national security, impeding the president's authority as commander-in-chief. With him then going on to say that the resolutions are unconstitutional and that a more important vote is next week. Right, what he means there is that there's technically another vote on this same thing, essentially, but it'll require a simple majority and is expected to pass. And as for the constitutionality of Trump's actions, that'll likely be a Supreme Court decision. Because yes, the president is commander-in-chief, and that implies he has control over the military, but you have Congress saying that, you know, the Constitution is pretty explicit that Congress controls when war happens. Though, of course, with this, you have the administration claiming this is not war, this was a law enforcement action. And so without a doubt, this is going to kind of follow the same playbook we've seen. Trump does a thing, it's going to take time, and probably eventually make its way to the Supreme Court. But that right there, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is where your Thursday Philip DeFranco show is going to end. And with that, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here on Monday.
The end goal here, which is to make childcare so unaffordable that it's impossible for both parents to work. And when that happens, the parent that stays home is going to be the woman. And you know who wants women to stay home? Project 2025.
JD
the Heritage Fund.
So so Trump admin unilaterally overhauled the childhood vaccine schedule.
Foundation. JD Vance. All right, speaking of rat let's talk about a big rat that's ongoing. Okay, listeners, you've heard us talk about rat before. Rat is in general a term for a political dirty trick, but the way that I like to use it is a particular kind of political dirty trick, which is putting a story out that has like a couple of kernels of truth in it, and it's surrounded by a big turd of lies. But by the time people are able to dismantle the story and be like, wait a minute, only this is true, only that's true, everything else is made up. The story is the story. The story is in people's heads.
Most Americans don't have that amount of time.
No, exactly. It's sort of like what happened to John Kerry with the Swift boating, where there was a story
exactly
a
right.
story that came out that was like, this happened, and then it's like, well, there's like a couple true things about that, but the rest is just like bullshit.
But by the time they were done, he wasn't a patriot, and he'd thrown all of his medals away.
Exactly. Okay, so nowhere has the power of right-wing media been more apparent lately than in Minnesota. I don't know why. I'm very curious what the reason is for this, if it's like a petty reason or a strategic reason or some kind of combination. But Donald Trump and the Trump administration have been gunning for Minnesota, and they've employed some of the right wing's like slimiest little gadflies to assist them. Just this week, Governor Tim Walz announced he would not be seeking re-election since facing growing political pressure over an ongoing fraud investigation into his state's social services system. We'll give you a TLDR here, but it's important to note that this scandal has been going on since 2021. It has been known about. Nothing has been exposed.
No.
This is a known thing. And since then, 92 people have been charged.
Yep.
So not only has it been known, there has been action taken in response to the knowledge. And 62 people and counting have been convicted in this scheme.
Seems like people are facing consequences.
People have been facing consequences, and they've been facing consequences under the leadership of Governor Tim Walz and the DFL.
For 5 years.
For quite some time. Yes, 2021 was 5 years ago.
Yes, it was.
Shut up. No.
I know.
Oh, okay, but you might have heard this story swirling around the internet after a viral social media video amplified by Elon Musk, Pam Bondi, and JD Vance. Nothing suspicious there.
Stay busy, folks.
Made its rounds in December. The video alleges that child daycare centers in Minneapolis run by Somalis were committing fraud by collecting state and federal funds while not actually running the centers. Okay, so here's what happened. This fucking YouTuber shows up outside of a daycare, I think outside of the daycare's business hours, and is filming and wants to go in and film the children but isn't allowed to, and therefore fraud, right? Is that?
Obviously.
Okay, if some random fucking guy came to my daughter's school and was like, let me in to see the children or I will expose you for fraud, I would be like, what the? I would literally...
With my camera to film them.
To film the children. Yeah, nothing weird about a man showing up demanding to film the children. Like, were there no gymnastics classes available, sir? Like, any maybe like figure skating classes?
Dance classes?
You show up to a pediatrician's office and ask if you can film the children? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, the fact that this even got traction in the first place screams like botnet to me. Like coordinated, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, release the Snyder Cut. Like somebody has been doing some digital dirty tricks to try to amplify the story as more than it is. Because a split second of critical thinking reveals that there's, hey, you know what? I feel like we need more information before we come to conclusions.
Right, or read the information that's already existed for the last 5 years.
Right. The fallout has been massive, though. Massive.
Yeah.
It's fucking wild. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has now frozen all federal child care funding to the state, which is around $185 million. Okay, just pause for a second, because I feel like these numbers sound big, but when you compare them to the amount of money that we're throwing at, say, Venezuela,
right,
not that much money. You know?
Not in the grand scheme.
Not in the grand scheme.
A lot of money to Minnesota.
A lot of money to Minnesota, and it is very important to the people that it serves. But $185 million in the grand scheme of the federal budget is not that much money. Of course, Trump has used this opportunity to levy racist attacks against the Somali community and immigrants, calling them garbage. He's also ended temporary deportation protections to Somali immigrants in Minnesota. So, yes, there has been fraud in the state. It is and was being handled already. The child care center that this YouTuber tried to demonize was not committing fraud. They have, you know, the people that are in charge of running the center have been in the news, and like it's very obvious there are children there, and like why would they have let a YouTuber in to film the children during the day? Ever.
And also, this was being handled under Tim Walz, under Joe Biden. Like there is no there, but JD Vance retweet away.
Alyssa, that's why I think that somebody like 404 Media or like Taylor Lorenz should look into how authentic the firestorm was around this.
Oh,
like,
for sure.
Because this to me stinks of astroturfing. I feel like it was astroturfed until it had enough momentum to, and probably coordinated with like Fox News or like Newsmax or OAN or like one of the chuckle fucks that like just do YouTube shows all day, like Benny Johnson or something like that. And it was amplified with a purpose. All right, so the Trump administration is basically trying to use his perceived racism against Somalis to justify cutting off child care funds to the entire state of Minnesota. But there's more, isn't there, Alyssa?
There is, because Trump's vindictiveness does not stop at Minnesota. He's got a cornucopia of Democratic states he's going to investigate. It was also announced this week that HHS is freezing $10 billion in federal funding for 5 additional states over similar allegations. Unsurprisingly, Aaron, let me round.
He's on his way out, both his life and his like country and his reputation, and they're gonna try and shit up and burn everything they can before they go to jail or death, whatever it is.
Round up the states.
It's disgusting. I've seen it before in the drug scene. I've seen somebody bent on their own destruction before, and it's sickening when you see it. It's insane. I love the sandbox. It's so good. Yeah, he's hurt. It's a parasitic raptin monster. Damn, this gun damn near killed him too. No, I can't. At least I killed him. I'm trying to test the damage. I can one-shot a parasitic raptin monster. Maybe I should spec into guns again. Damn. Well, okay, I'll take it. So, this is like the best gun I've ever used in this game. I think it's actually so good. It has this terrible reload cost. Did it a one shot damn near anything? Especially if you VATS. Did they fix VATS? I think they did. They finally fixed VATS after all these years. And it's working like the way it should. What's up with you, buddy? You're just eating headshots left and right, or what? What the fuck was that? This gun's so good. I like the way it looks too.
For you, California, Colorado, Illinois, Minnesota, and New York.
God damn it.
A senior Trump official commented saying the freeze was due to rampant fraud and giving money to illegals. What? The administration has failed to provide any evidence whatsoever of fraud.
You know, I hate saying this, but I was actually victimized by a Russian physical care company that provided like contractual physical care. And while they paid me for 4 years for my job, the paychecks stopped coming, and I would call like every day there for a while, and I'd be like, the paycheck hasn't come. Why hasn't the paycheck come? They're like, oh, we're gonna straighten it out and all this stuff. And it was a Russian family running the physical care place for disabled people. And one day we finally just went up to the office, and they were just gone. Fucking gone. Completely gone. God damn, I do some good damage. I love this gun. It actually feels like a gun, like an actual gun. All the other guns feel like worthless. Maybe I should get some reload stuff. Nice copper. Oh damn, these mobs keep coming.
Fraud in these states. California Governor Gavin Newsom responded and called the president deranged and a habitual liar whose relationship with reality ended years ago. We agree. Aaron, the freeze is going to severely hurt low-income families in the state. A board member for the Minnesota Child Care Association said, if the funding gets cut off, families lose access to child care, job loss follows pretty quickly after that, and then housing loss follows. It's a real cascade of bad for these families.
Okay, let's correct that, because you know who's going to end up taking the brunt of this is women.
Women,
it's
of
women.
course.
This is a direct attack on women's ability to work outside the home and have children. This is a direct attack on that. Something that I kept thinking about in this is like, you know, racism against Somalis and xenophobia is the sort of, they are the tip of the spear, which to the end goal here, which is to.
So I didn't never finish my story. So sorry, like all those fucking mobs came. And it was like I think it was like 3 months before we found out that they had like actually left, and they were like routing the call, and so we assumed that they were still up there in Aurora and stuff, and that they were just like beginning to be like criminally fraudulent or something. And no, they like actually dis-fucking-peer. When I went up there to go actually see them in the office, like be like, where the fuck is my money? Like they were like gone. Their fucking office was gone. Parking lot was empty. Like, you know, fucking crazy. Like I'd been there a couple of times before, like 3 or 4 times, and I came. It was odd. And so, you know, I wanna just believe that it's bullshit. That you know, that maybe foreign interests work in the healthcare industry and are fraudulent sometimes. But I was actually harmed by one. As shitty as that is, and I still don't think it had anything to do with like Russian people or immigrants trying to screw us. I think they were just criminals. I don't think you hear this sort of story every day. I think they were criminals. You know, I don't think like being Russian had anything to do with it. But they definitely disappeared. They fucking disappeared. And my buddy Tim, he was on their payroll too. He got fucked too. And so when I try to think of like my own personal experience with this, it doesn't come back so good. You know, it does. Like I try to I just want to like doubt the right wing right off the fucking bat. You know. But I don't know. But yeah, Buried with Honor is actually a good daily, yeah. Oh, is it that way? Oops. And so, I searched back, and if I were being honest with myself, I was hurt by foreigners who were masquerading, they're foreign criminals who were masquerading as healthcare people. And it fucking sucks. I can even tell you the name of them. Abbey Home Care. And it's weird because they're still there. They're fucking still there. They never did pay that paycheck. Their website's there, but they're not but they're not actually like a business. Their website's there and all this shit. They're available in Colorado and Indiana and all this stuff. This is a different company, I think, actually. Yeah, no, this is a totally different company. Yeah, Abbey Home Care, Colorado. Yeah, is the name of them. This is see, like the people I'm. Oh man, the fucking gun broke already. God damn. Well, I guess I'll fix it. So I guess I'm going to somewhere. Yeah, where am I going? I'm going to.
Make childcare so unaffordable that it's impossible for both parents to work. And when that happens, the parent that stays home is going to be the woman. And you know who wants women to stay home? Project 2025,
right,
the Heritage Foundation, JD Vance, like all of these people, like that's what they're going for. They're going for female autonomy here. They're going for female autonomy here. They're trying to force mothers. And then, you know, eventually all women. They're trying to force all women to become mothers and then all mothers to become servants in their own homes. Right. And like, this is so obvious, so blatant. And to cloak it in this notion of fraud is I think it's pretty trashy. It's pretty trashy. It's pretty bad faith. And we see what they're doing here. You know, in Utah is a state where you would think that childcare options were plentiful because there's so many kids. Like, big families, you know, it's a very like LDS heavy state. So a lot of people get married young. A lot of people have a lot of kids. But there is a serious shortage of childcare options in Utah. And one of the reasons is because conservative state lawmakers do not believe that children should be looked after outside of their own home. They do not believe in daycare because they think daycare is something that only should be for people that are like forced, like poor women. Poor women should be the only ones who use daycare because they have to go work for rich people, and then rich people should, you know, have to, the women should just stay home. So this is an insidious thing that conservatives and Republicans are doing right in front of our faces. And like, do not believe them when they say it's about fraud. It's not about fucking fraud. Look at the fraud in the White House. Do you think they care about fraud? Do you think they care about fraud? Is like central to their identity. Lying is central to their identity. This is another lie. They don't care about fraud.
if they cared about fraud, we'd all be having an investigation into the funds being raised for the East Wing renovation.
Yeah, is that fucking thing ever gonna get built? I don't think so.
Who knows if it's going to get built, but they got a lot of money from a lot of people who have interests before the administration and Congress.
Almost like construction is a great way to launder money. Or
Who knew?
influence.
Oh, Donald Trump. That's who knew.
Yeah, that's why he worked in construction. I feel it's this is pretty blatant and pretty disgusting. And if you're a woman or somebody who cares about women,
So yeah, Abby Home Care is Abby Care. Yeah, this is like a different company in Colorado, but I was working for a different one way back in the day in like 2003. This is a different company. The place I worked at was called Abbey Home Care, and it's not coming up because it's not there anymore. And it has sucked. And so like I don't want to act like foreigners come in and masquerade as healthcare people and then commit government fraud. But I've been harmed by that. So, personally. And that sucks. That makes it impossible for me not to say that it's totally unlikely or impossible or it just doesn't happen or that they're full of shit. I actually have a story about this, and I wonder maybe if they might be right about this one. Which sucks. That by the time so I was getting $750 paychecks every 4 weeks. So by the time the 3 months were over, they owed me like $2,100 or something like that. And
another episode of this.
I don't think I'll ever receive that money. I just don't think so. It's been 15 years. It's beyond the statute of limitations. I don't think I could even sue them, really. It's over, but it pisses me off because it's like at that point, I think they might be right because the one time that I've ever been robbed by a company, it was foreign interests, foreign criminals masquerading as home care people. And so that's one of the reasons why I was watching that shitty video that day. Is I was like, I've been harmed by a home care place. They stopped paying my paychecks, and that was devastating to me. I couldn't pay rent, and it was crazy. And by the end of it, I was just like, I don't know what to do about this. It was like years went by, and I kept checking in on it.
Fucking guy.
That was a long time ago.
Show where we choose.
But yeah, that Abbey Home Care place.
One fucking guy making America worse, and explore the reasons they suck. I'm Erin Ryan, host of Crooked Media's Hysteria podcast. And this time, I'm delighted to be joined by Crooked Media's Julia Claire, co-writer of This Fucking Guy, who many of you will remember from our three-part series on Donald Trump. Hi, Julia.
Hi, Erin. Thank you so much. I am a glutton for punishment.
This episode's subject is one that, as you can see, many of you have been clamoring for, much in the way that a mob of angry townsfolk would clamor for Dracula to emerge from his castle after he kidnapped and exsanguinated one too many of the town's preteens.
Well, put down those pitchforks because we're bringing out that MAGA Nosferatu this month, Stephen Miller.
A man who has never won an election in his life and has the charisma of a toilet rat, but nevertheless has been forced on us like male Instacart shoppers or Adam Levine.
The sight of him evokes the feeling of opening up the kitchen trash the day after somebody cleaned out the fridge, like a giant broccoli farted in the bin.
Face so punchable that he's not allowed to attend boxing matches lest he distract the fighters. Like many subjects of This Fucking Guy, Miller is a Trump gadfly, but unlike many previous subjects, Miller seems to actually believe what he's saying, or at least he wants us to believe that he believes what he's saying, because as he's alluded to in at least one interview, triggering the libs with his bad opinions is the only thing that gives his life meaning. But I cannot stress enough that despite the fact that he tries very hard to shock people, the overall effect is tiresome.
The story of Stephen Miller is one of an unremarkable man. Not good looking, medium smart, sexually repellent, not funny, who, like many others in Washington, wants to be interesting. And since he can't embody any of those other superlatives, he's chosen to be the most obnoxious.
Like Shakespeare's Iago, Miller's motivations are opaque. Are there lessons to be learned from his Hitler-light histrionics? I'm actually not sure. Miller seems like somebody who had every chance in life to turn out good, or at least normal, but just came out weird.
A defective dickhead on the conveyor belt of human souls.
Okay, so without further ado, let's talk about Stephen Wilhelmina Miller.
Wait, is that his middle name?
Listening to women make fun of fucking... Oh my god. Listening to women make fun of Trump sorry, not Trump, but Stephen, to like make fun of these fucking guys is actually so funny. Listening to these women just troll, they're like these professional women just troll them.
No, but wouldn't it be funny if it was?
Okay, moving on. Stephen Miller was born, or summoned from the underworld, on August 23rd, 1985. He grew up in Santa Monica, California, in a not particularly political Jewish family.
That's right, but little Stephen officially came out as a conservative in middle school when he began subscribing to Guns and Ammo magazine, the official magazine for...
My best friend subbed to this magazine all of his life. It's actually so funny.
Feeling bad about your dick. God already...
Oh my god.
Laying the groundwork as an...
Listening to these women troll these shitheads is quite satisfying to me. I love the Hysteria podcast.
Enormous loser.
A middle schooler interested in guns and ammo. Certainly no red flags there. Also, a preteen from Santa Monica getting really into guns as if he would ever have cause to use one is a particular kind of cowboy cosplay that in America more commonly leads suburbanites to buy enormous pickup trucks. We know you're just using that truck for Starbucks runs, Carl. Anyways, the young Miller was then fully radicalized after reading the former CEO of the NRA's manifesto titled Guns, Crimes, and Freedom, which stridently argued that America was under attack from outsiders.
A lot of you might be thinking that these political attitudes sit in stark contrast with the modern-day California of our collective understanding, but as journalist Jean Guerrero wrote in her 2020 book, Hate Monger, Stephen Miller came of age in the 90s when California was a hotbed of anti-immigrant sentiment.
Always a good reminder not to become such an absolute ghoul that a journalist one day writes a book about you called Hate Monger.
Oh my God.
California in the 90s was under the governorship of Republican Pete Wilson, who repeatedly railed against what he called, quote, an invasion at the border and blamed all of California's fiscal problems on immigrants. Sound familiar?
After beginning to marinate in this ferociously anti-immigrant rhetoric, Stephen Miller called up one of his few pals at school, Jason Islas, and informed him that they could no longer be friends because Jason's family was Latino.
Not a particularly wise decision considering that Miller was already cultivating his signature table for one vibes. One classmate recalls that even in a school where nerds were considered cool, he was still the guy that nobody liked.
Ouch. Sounds like a great example of how sometimes bullying can work too well, creating bullying-resistant super assholes in much the same way that overprescribing can lead to antibiotic-resistant superbacteria. He seems to really delight in being a heel and decided to double down on his villain persona in place of developing an actual personality. In 2017, a video of Miller's high school student government campaign speech emerged in which he argued that students shouldn't pick up their own trash because janitors exist.
Am I the only one who is sick and tired of being told to pick up my trash? And we have plenty of janitors who are paid to do it for us.
That video perfectly encapsulates his bratty little prince.
I know.
He's just such a brat.
His classmates quickly booed him off stage. Saying truly horrible things without apology was, again, something Miller seemed to really enjoy. After 9/11, Miller took to his high school newspaper column and penned an article called, quote, A Time to Kill, in which he urged a violent response against radical Islamists, a catch-all category into which Miller appeared to suggest that most Muslims fell, and accused his classmates and administrator of inadequate patriotism.
Sorry, but Santa Monica High School, this one's on you for letting a minor publish an article called A Time to Kill, which is already the title of another thing that was very popular. Hack behavior.
Here's another clip of 17-year-old Miller joking about torturing Iraqis. Cool.
But as for Saddam Hussein and his henchmen, I think the ideal solution would be to cut off their fingers. I don't think it's necessary to kill them entirely. We're not a barbaric people. We respect life. Therefore, torture.
My thing is yeah, these terrible fucking genocidal maniacs and stuff, if you ever get them, chop off their arms, their legs, and their tongue. Or no, I guess you can't take their tongue, huh? Yeah, you chop off their arms and their legs. Yeah. I don't know, you can't do, you would need to chop off their tongue, and you can't. And so I don't want to do any of those crazy things. I used to fantasize about doing that to, like, Hitler, you know? What would I do to Hitler? Well, I'd chop off his arms and his legs and his tongue, and I'd leave him alive, you know? Because murder isn't good enough for a rapist or a murderer like that. It's weird. I remember when WoW stole this daily in Dragonflight. I'm going to... I was going to go turn this in, but I don't know where they want me to take it. Where do you want me to take this? It's like foundation, right? Where's that? There's Fort Atlas. Is it Fort Atlas? I don't know. Side. Refuge Daily. Give this stew to a raider or a settler representative. Oh, I see.
It's the way to go. Because torture people can live. Torture is a celebration of life and human dignity.
And something so pussy about a guy being like, "Get him, boys!
Yeah,
get him!
Yeah.
Get him, boys!" That's his whole.
There's something so pussy about a boy being like, "Get him, boys!" Yeah. Raiders? I don't know. Yes, yeah. Oh, look how little that is. Cultist. Oh, I need 4 more Blood Eagles, right? So... rocket cores to spawn. But I am trying to... What am I trying to do? I'm trying to go to this place called Dagger Fen, something like that.
Tough guy vibe. Sees him. At least he showed a sliver of self-awareness here.
But something's just not going right. My hair is just receding. I look like I'm 35.
True.
And I'm
Absolutely.
balding,
I agree with
35-year-old
Stephen
at
Miller.
that.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, you gotta hand it to him there.
He does look 35.
He does.
Describing him as dead behind the eyes doesn't really do it justice. Miller's eyes are deader than anybody's eyes have ever been.
Miller kept falling deeper down the alt-right rabbit hole. Teenage Stephen Miller became a pious adherent of conservative talk radio, listening to Rush Limbaugh and local host Larry Elder. Miller began calling into Elder's show to rail against the administration at Santa Monica High School, who Miller complained were too tolerant of his Spanish-speaking classmates and too enthusiastic about multiculturalism. Elder was so impressed by Miller's, I don't know, articulate racism that he even began regularly inviting him on the show as a guest.
It's the only way that Larry Elder could get a young person to talk to him. In all, he appeared on Elder's show as a guest 69 times, which, nice.
Swish.
But second, given what we know about Stephen, it makes sense that all of that attention, both positive and negative, went right to young Stephen's shriveled little prefrontal cortex and encouraged him to press onward in his pursuit of right-wing stardom.
It was on the Larry Elder Show that teenage Stephen Miller caught the attention of two men who would go on to shape the nightmare we know him to be today, Steve Bannon and David Horowitz.
Now, we all know Steve Bannon. David Horowitz was a member of the New Left in the 1960s before pivoting to arch conservatism and whetting his white nationalist curiosity. He took Stephen Miller under his wing and taught him that hope and fear are the two greatest weapons in...
Wasn't David Horowitz that guy we were listening to the other day? He was like the one who did the expose on the guy who like brought a gun into that news recording. Horowitz. Who was it again? I can't remember.
Now, we all know Steve Bannon.
David Horowitz. So yeah, so this is him being robbed, or not robbed, but getting like a gun shoved in his face on live on camera. Yeah, this was that guy, David Horowitz, and then he ended up being like a...
David Horowitz was a member of the New Left in the 1960s before...
Yeah, like the New Left. Yeah, he was like...
pivoting to arch conservatism and whetting...
arch conservatism.
...his white nationalist curiosity. He took Stephen Miller under his wing and taught him that hope and fear are the two greatest weapons in politics, but fear is more compelling.
Horowitz eventually fed a strategy paper to Miller describing the need for the Republican Party to remake itself around the demonization of its political opponents and appeals to Americans' base instincts.
Hey, that's the exact plot of Wicked.
Oh.
Well, congratulations, David. Some 20 years later, we can definitely say the Republican Party is doing exactly what you wanted, and America is so much worse for it. According to Gene Guerrero's reporting, Horowitz also introduced the teenage Miller to even more explicitly white nationalist media, including websites like American Renaissance and VDare, both of which sound like gay hookup apps for college libertarians.
After high school, Stephen took his hateful little spirit across the country to Duke University, the Harvard of assholes, where he again wrote regular screeds in the school newspaper in a bi-weekly column called Miller Time.
Oh my
The column was
God.
full of what you would expect from Miller by now, both because it was
fucking
already the title for
cheeseballs.
something else, and because both Miller brand beer and Miller's writing leave the consumer with a distinct piss aftertaste. In one article, Miller argued that laws requiring pay equity for men and women would hurt businesses.
Listening to
and
these
that
women
the pay gap
troll
was
these idiots
mostly
is
women's
actually
fault
so fun.
for not asking for raises.
It's way
which,
better
again,
than Hassan
not
Piker.
original.
I just can't get over what a fun hang he must have been on the quad. One of his classmates, who was also an editor on the Duke Chronicle, said of Miller, quote, "I cannot remember a single person who was his friend, nor can anyone I know." Yes. Again, that sounds right.
Miller first entered the national spotlight during his senior year at Duke when 3 captains of the school's lacrosse team were falsely accused of raping a woman they hired as a stripper at one of their parties.
The case became a national lightning rod as the 3 players in question were white and their accuser was black. Stephen Miller distinguished himself with an immediate willingness to believe that the white players were innocent before any details about the case were known. To horrified reactions from fellow students and faculty, he showcased that he was predominantly concerned not that a woman might have been raped, but that young white men might have been wrongly accused. It's now all but the standard response to any accusations of sexual misconduct from the right.
Miller devoted more of his school newspaper column to the case than any other topic. For this, he was invited to be a talking head on CNN, as well as 2 of Fox News' most popular shows, respectively hosted by Bill O'Reilly and Nancy Grace.
Well, you have a situation here where, like a lot of college campuses, you have this segment of professors that's very powerful and very, very far to the left. And for the first time, a lot of students, and in a way the American public at large, saw the depths and the ferocity of that radicalism.
Despite the fact that the case fell apart within 6 months, all charges were dropped, the district attorney was disbarred, and each player received upwards of $20 million in settlements from both Duke and the city of Durham. The Duke lacrosse case is still invoked by American right-wingers 20 years later. I'm not saying what happened to those 3 players wasn't traumatic. It clearly was. But from modern conservative rhetoric, you would think that they received the same unimaginable cruelty as the 5 black teenagers wrongly accused of rape in 1989 who became known as the Central Park 5, now the exonerated 5. You know, the ones Donald Trump called to be executed by the state, who were forced to spend their entire young adulthoods behind bars.
Yeah, and any false accusation of a crime as serious as sexual assault is awful. But the fact that the right-wing media doesn't seem to make a peep when the accused aren't privileged white boys tells me that the issue they really care about isn't justice. It's something else. And Stephen Miller was a dutiful messenger of that something else.
The lacrosse case catapulted another young conservative firebrand who also happened to be a graduate student at Duke into the national spotlight. His name was Richard Spencer. Spencer and Miller met through the Duke Conservative Union, of which they were both members, and likely bonded over their love of, I don't know, whiteness probably. In later years, while trying to increase his national profile, Miller would attempt to distance himself from Spencer and pretend that he was not also a white nationalist, as Spencer self-identified. But it was just never particularly convincing.
Richard Spencer also insisted Miller was not a white nationalist, but he said you can't be this passionate about the immigration issue and not have a sense of the American nation as it historically emerged. Julia, can you translate that?
Sure. That is white nationalist grad student code for he's not technically in our club, but he hates brown people so much that we invite him to the Christmas party.
Okay, thank you so much. After college, Miller headed to Capitol Hill, where his old pal David Horowitz got him a job as press secretary for then Minnesota Congresswoman Michelle Bachmann. Jump scare. I haven't heard that name in years.
You remember Michelle Bachmann, don't you? The Tea Party psycho who claimed the HPV vaccine causes mental retardation. I'm so sorry. Accused Huma Abedin of having ties to the Muslim Brotherhood and called Disney's The Lion King gay propaganda.
Like, Scar is definitely a bitch queen. I'll give her that.
Yeah.
But The Lion King isn't even bi-coded to me.
It's hetero.
It's totally hetero.
In 2009, Miller met, in many ways, his nativist soulmate when he began working for Alabama Senator and living Confederate statue Jefferson Beauregard Sessions.
The senator whose actions and face demand that we ask the question, what would it look like if an elf on the shelf joined the KKK?
I'm sorry, I know. He always just seems to pop up like a ghost from the Battle of Gettysburg.
In the spring of 2013, a bipartisan group of 8 senators had drafted a bill that offered increased security at the U.S.-Mexico border in exchange for a path toward citizenship for undocumented immigrants living already in the U.S. The bill looked all but certain to pass.
To say that Stephen Miller and his boss were ripshit about this legislation was an understatement. The two men were completely incensed at the prospect of any compromise whatsoever on immigration. Miller called Hill reporters and other congressional offices round the clock to blunt the measure. Thanks in part to his relentless lobbying, the bill died.
By that point, Miller had an established reputation in the halls of Congress, known for his brazenness, his enormous forehead, and smoking like a chimney. Ugh, I bet he smelled like Joe Campbell's nutsack.
Not great for the old complexion either, Stephen. This guy is simply begging to age like milk.
Miller's myopic obsession with immigration carried him forward when Sessions became
Comes Google search, and I want to ask Fallout 76, where's the best place to get cultists?
the first and only sitting U.S. senator to endorse Donald Trump in the 2016 Republican primary. We all know what happened next. Okay, dear God, how many times can we replay the 2016 Trump victory?
Miller continually denied being a white nationalist, but his presence on the Trump campaign and later in the Trump White House certainly set all the white nationalist bloggers clapping like dolphins. After Trump's win, Miller didn't want an agency nomination or position that would subject himself to too much legal and congressional scrutiny. Instead, he asked to head the amorphous internal group, the Domestic Policy Council.
There, he would try to do maximal damage with minimal oversight. Stephen Miller's most lasting legacy from the first Trump administration were two of its cruelest policies, the Muslim ban and a zero-tolerance border policy that separated children from their parents.
His very first week in office, President Trump signed an executive order engineered by Miller, barring all people from 7 Muslim-majority countries from entering the United States.
This immediately sparked a wave of outcries, protests, and legal challenges, and a court eventually struck the sloppily constructed order down on the grounds that it was, legally speaking, whack. But it still created shockwaves. Airports broke out into chaos with valid visa holders suddenly in limbo. University students from the 7 nations targeted were either stuck in the U.S., unable to return home, or stuck in their country of origin, unable to return to school.
All the while, Stephen Miller watched from his protected position with glee, like Nero watching Rome burn, if Nero were a man in his early 30s.
Oh, is this the man they're gonna run after Trump? I think it is. Oh, look at him how nasty he is. It's another Palpatine. Oh, God. He seems cold and heartless like a fucking Palpatine. I wonder if he's already running it. It seems like he is. He's already, like, running the... Is this guy actually running the Republican Party? Ugh. Look at how soulless and fucked up he looks. You can see the shadow on his face. Ugh. Ugh.
Who looked 50.
This fucking guy is brought to you by Lumen. Today I want to introduce you to an amazing tool that helps increase energy levels and stick to healthy habits this year. Did you know that 80% of resolutions fail by February? You can beat the odds with Lumen and improve your health. Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach. It is a device that measures your metabolism through your breath, and on the app, it lets you know if you're burning fat or carbs and gives you tailored guidance to improve your nutrition, workouts, sleep, and even stress management. All you have to do is breathe into your Lumen first thing in the morning, and you'll know what's going on with your metabolism, whether you're burning mostly fat or carbs. Then Lumen gives you a personalized nutrition plan for that day based on your measurements. You can also breathe into it before and after workouts and meals so you know exactly what's going on in your body in real time, and Lumen will give you tips to keep you on top of your health game. Because your metabolism is at the center of everything your body does, optimal metabolic health translates to a bunch of benefits, including easier weight management, improved energy levels, better fitness results, better sleep, etc. My husband Josh is a huge fan of Lumen. He starts each morning with a quick check of his metabolism on the device, and within seconds gets a tailored nutrition plan for the day. It's making me excited to try it out when I am done feeding this baby. Come on, baby, grow up. So if you want to stick to healthy habits for good this year, go to lumen.me/guy to get 20% off your Lumen. That's lumen.me/guy for 20% off your purchase. Thank you, Lumen, for sponsoring this episode. Miller continued on and rewrote a narrower version of the ban that the courts ultimately upheld. Armed with the lessons of David Horowitz, he laundered white supremacist ideas through language about heritage, economics, and national security.
He quickly came to understand that the president's positions were largely based on the last person he had spoken to, because Donald Trump is a baby with no object permanence. And Miller used that to his advantage, laser focused on his immigration obsession. In 2017, he convinced Trump to cancel DACA, an Obama-era order that protected undocumented immigrants who were brought into the country as children. In an email to a Breitbart editor, he said that expanding the, quote, foreign-born share of the U.S. workforce was an instance of immigration being used to replace existing demographics. If that tinfoil hat rhetoric sounds familiar, it's because it's a well-known far-right conspiracy called the Great Replacement.
One of the first things Stephen Miller did in the White House was establish an office dedicated exclusively to the demonization of immigrants called the Victims of Immigration and Crime Engagement. Miller proposed almost verbatim immigration policies recommended by far-right think tanks like the Federation for American Immigration Reform, which was founded by noted eugenicist and white supremacist John Tanton.
Those white nationalist accusations were becoming increasingly difficult to evade. A 2019 report from the civil rights nonprofit, the Southern Poverty Law Center, exposed more than 900 emails Miller had sent to a Breitbart editor over a 15-month period between 2015 and 2017.
900 emails? Log off, my dude.
In the emails, Miller urged Breitbart writers to aggregate stories that highlighted crime committed by immigrants and non-white people and directed them to his favorite white supremacist journals like the aforementioned American Renaissance and V-Dare.
Other highlights from the leaked emails included Miller being pissy that Amazon removed Confederate flag merch from its marketplace after the 2015 Charleston, South Carolina shooting, where a white man went on an anti-black rampage and killed 9 parishioners at a black church.
Miller also promoted the racist French novel
right-wing.
The Camp of Saints in the emails, another work popular among white nationalists about the destruction of the white world by non-white refugees.
But wait, there's more. In another email, Miller approvingly forwarded an article arguing that the U.S. should deport immigrants on trains, quote, to scare out the people who want to undo our country. But don't call him racist. Don't you dare call him racist. Here he is, throwing a hissy fit over the allegation that he may be racist, lobbed by CNN's Jim Acosta.
Are we just going to bring in people from Great Britain and Australia?
Jim, actually, I have to honestly say, I am shocked at your statement that you think that only people from Great Britain and Australia would know English. It reveals your cosmopolitan bias to a shocking degree that in your mind, no, this is an amazing moment. This is an amazing moment that you think only people from Great Britain or Australia would speak English is so insulting to millions of hardworking immigrants who do speak English from all over the world. Jim, have you honestly never met an immigrant from another country who speaks English outside of Great Britain and Australia?
Okay,
also, cosmopolitan bias, bitch, you're from Santa Monica.
Yeah.
The SPLC report spurred calls for his resignation, but only from Democrats. Stephen Miller went on to become one of the Trump administration's longest-serving soldiers, surviving the near-constant turmoil and turnover that came to characterize the Trump White House.
Again, Miller's nebulous position on the White House org chart shielded him from serious consequences. But it also allowed him to walk around like he owned the joint, which even his equally awful Trump admin colleagues found unbearable.
Miller had inserted himself into the Department of Homeland Security's policymaking so often that DHS officials literally started hiding their work from him. At one point, the head of the DHS ended up holding meetings in a classified security bunker just to keep Miller away, which then convinced Miller that there was a cabal of deep state actors trying to thwart Trump's agenda.
No, they just can't stand
I actually do
you.
love the idea that the deep state is just a group of people trying to avoid Stephen Miller. That's a conspiracy theory I can get behind.
Okay, let's take a quick break from Stephen's endless barking to talk about his personal life. Sorry in advance. In college, he was rumored to have an on-again, off-again fling with a Latina classmate who was mean to him, which sounds like it could be part of his immigrant-hating supervillain origin story, except for the fact that he already made hating immigrants his entire personality before he got to college. But beyond that one relationship that was more like light bullying, Stephen, a heavy smoker with a receding hairline and the bedroom eyes of a serial killer's minion, wasn't very popular with the ladies. Until, that is, one very special lady came along. Cue the romantic music. That was the theme from Suspiria, a 1977 Italian cult classic about a coven of murderous witches that retain their power through horrifying human sacrifice, which, even though I had to stop watching it at the razor wire scene, is actually a more heartwarming story than that of the courtship between Stephen Miller and his awful wife, Katie Waldman.
Either way, I'm sleeping with the lights on.
Okay, so Katie grew up in Weston, Florida, where, like her husband, she was completely unremarkable except for her willingness to be mean and annoying for attention. When she was in high school, she got into a feud with one of the only black teachers on her school's faculty over the teaching of Toni Morrison's Beloved. And after the dust settled on that, she tried to bully the teacher's kid, one of the few black students in her school.
Wow, she sounds amazing.
While involved in student government at the University of Florida, her greatest achievement was voting down a measure that would have sent condolences to the family of Trayvon Martin, an unarmed black teenager who was murdered by a neighborhood vigilante.
In a thorough profile of the couple's obnoxiousness, Vanity Fair found sources from throughout Katie's life that described her as sociopathic, horny for power, and friendless. Okay, maybe she and Stephen Miller are actually soulmates.
Anyway, one Thanksgiving early in his White House tenure, Stephen's parents asked him if he'd met any nice girls, and Stephen, in his typical normal and cool way, screamed at them that the topic was off limits. Something tells me that that's not the first Thanksgiving meal that Stephen Miller has stormed away from.
But little Stevie wouldn't be lonely for much longer. Katie and Stephen would meet doing their evil bidding for their evil bosses.
Katie and Stephen, who was a Santa Monica 0 and a DC 1, met shortly after she got a job working for the National Republican Senatorial Committee and then the Department of Homeland Security, where she played a role in convincing her bosses to adopt the family separation policy, aka the policy that led to that footage of migrant children in cages crying out for their mothers. Which I guess Katie found pretty hilarious. By the time Katie had made it to DHS, she was already well known for her shameless lack of scruples and for the unholy trinity of traits possessed by all the Trump comms minions: immaturity, arrogance, and utter incompetence.
So you can see why when she and Stephen Miller crossed paths, it was love. Each had met their craven, deranged other half.
Stephen had everything that Katie had ever wanted: proximity to power, a willingness to date her, and the rare Jewish Republican pedigree. Although it should be noted that many people close to Stephen, including many close relatives and his childhood rabbi, found him just as off-putting and awful as the rest of us and have disavowed him.
And as Stephen and Katie's relationship blossomed like a corpse flower, so too did Katie's career. She eventually worked her way up to Mike Pence's press secretary.
The pair were married at the Trump National Hotel in D.C. in February 2020. A few weeks later, the COVID-19 pandemic would lead to a series of events that would ultimately shut the hotel down for good. But was it the COVID or the curse of Katie and Stephen touching their wet little butthole-shaped mouths together that sunk the hotel?
Impossible to say, and I am so mad at you for conjuring that image.
You're welcome. After their wedding, they moved to Arlington, Virginia to mate and feed.
The pair have 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. Or,
It's a
in the
maid
parlance
and
of
feed.
Trump's Supreme Court, 2 humans and 1 human minus.
But just because Trump and Mike Pence were voted out of office and suffered a now famous public breakup in the wake of that election loss, it doesn't mean Stephen hung back in Arlington to rest on his fascist laurels. In between getting his wife pregnant an upsetting number of times in quick succession, he was laying the groundwork for the next Trump administration.
During the hopeful ellipsis between Trump administrations, Miller was busy humping his favorite chicken, illegal immigration.
You'd think a guy would get bored with harping on the same scare phrase for literal decades. At this point, it's like seeing the same horror movie so many times you start noticing the shots that accidentally capture the boom mic. And so Stephen Miller basically built the modern version of the right-wing narrative around undocumented immigrants causing all the problems. And now we have to watch him wave it around in public over and over, like the guy I see on Melrose and Western with his butt crack out every morning on my drive through Hollywood.
It's a beautiful city. In addition to yammering on about immigration on every bad right-wing podcast you've heard of, and some you haven't, Miller has been busy with an organization called America First Legal. America First Legal aims to fight against policies meant to be more inclusive of women, black and brown people, and LGBTQ people across American culture. He fights against what he describes as discrimination against whites. Which is funny since for most of his life, he and his wife were discriminated against by whites who did not want to be friends with them.
Miller was also getting paid by the Save America PAC, which was a major proliferator of the mass delusion that the 2020 election was somehow stolen from Donald Trump.
Stephen's superpower has always been cockiness despite being surrounded by people who hate him. The self-assurance of a pro wrestling heel, except he's not in on the joke. And so, even before Trump emerged the victor in the 2024 presidential election, he was immediately ready to describe the administration's game plan over the next 4 years.
The simple part is seal the border, deport all the illegals. In terms of the policy sets to accomplish this, you have your Safe Third agreements, you have Remain in Mexico, finish the wall, you re-implement Title 42, and then you also deploy the military to the southern border. You reassert the fundamental constitutional principle that you don't have a right to enter into our sovereign territory, to even request the asylum claim. The military has the right to establish a fortress position on the border and to say no one can cross here at all.
You know what? It's stunning how long he has been doing this without improving as a public speaker in any measurable way.
Take that, Malcolm Gladwell.
If the story of the first Trump administration was the story of a group of rabid chimpanzees taking over an airport but having no idea what buttons to push to get the planes to take off, Trump 2.0 promises to be characterized by those monkeys having a passing understanding of what buttons to push to at least get the planes to go back and forth.
Which means that going into Inauguration Day, Miller has what he claims is a concrete set of actionable steps to execute the plans he laid out, including internment camps, plans to deport up to 1 million people a year, a path for red state governors to deputize the National Guard to act as immigration enforcers, and other bullet points that would find themselves at home on the front page of a Stormfront forum in the early aughts.
Trump has announced that he plans to name Miller Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, a position that does not require Senate approval, which is great. Not that it would matter anyway, though. These particular GOP senators have the courage to stand up to Trump that a slug has to stand up to a salt shaker.
Which means that, trolling or not, things that Miller said during Trump's pre-election Madison Square Garden rally like this.
Who's going to stand up and say the cartels are gone, the criminal migrants are gone, the gangs are gone, America is for Americans and Americans only?
Are closer to becoming reality than they've ever been, even though they're not original or interesting or even popular.
As Margaret Atwood has said, fascism is not exciting. It's always the same plot. And despite the fact that Miller bleeds for a desire to trigger the libs, to be known as a provocateur, when history remembers him, it will be several lines down in a Wikipedia article about somebody who had more gravitas than he could ever muster. He'll be a footnote to a footnote, an answer to a triple bonus question to break a tie on a DC bar trivia night. Contemptible, but ultimately, like stepping on dog shit, unpleasant, but unoriginal and utter.
No, it went further than that, which sucks.
You should be pretty pissed about this. And like, don't let people piss on your leg and tell you it's raining. We know what's going on. Yeah, they're trying to push women down again because we got too successful in the system that they designed. And they're mad. They're mad about it.
Well, because, Aaron, it's like we all know that if they really wanted women to have more children, paid leave would go a real long way, but not even on the table.
No, they want women to have a bad time. They want women to be pushed down and be forced to be lower than men in all aspects of society. They want to claw back all of the gains that we've made, and they want to push us back into a state of servitude. And I think it's very obvious. I don't know if it's going to work. It's not working. You know, the birth rate hasn't gone up. We're not.
No, it's gone down.
It's gone down. The rate of abortion has not gone down. It's
gone up.
Gone up. Like, this is not incentivizing. Threats and sticks are not incentivizing people to have more kids. Oh yeah, RFK Jr. has also been really busy this week.
He's just riding over scientists. Earlier this week, much to the surprise of the career scientists and vaccine experts at the CDC, they unilaterally overhauled the childhood immunization schedule. According to the Washington Post, taking effect immediately, the CDC no longer broadly recommends immunization for influenza, rotavirus, hepatitis A, and certain meningococcal diseases that cause meningitis.
Are you fucking kidding me? That's crazy.
Yes.
They got rid of the flu vaccine.
He's very, very busy doing press releases from HHS. Now, the one slight, I don't know, like, smidgy silver lining here is that I was very worried. I'm like, well, now, I mean, look, by doing this, health insurance companies do not have to cover the vaccines that are not recommended.
Not true. There's some confusion around this.
There is, over whether it is the CDC guidelines or the Association of ACIP.
There's also the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Yes.
AAPs.
So, all that to say that the health insurance companies have come out and said that they are going to continue covering all the vaccines through 2026 until all of this can be sorted out. So
let me add another complicated layer, because I've seen a lot of doomsaying on social media, and I think some of it is comes from a good place, and I think some of it is people just deliberately trying to like harvest clout by saying like it's a worst case scenario situation. States have a ton of control over what insurers are allowed to operate in their states. And that is through employers that operate in the states, through people that are purchasing insurance on the exchanges, and through their own state Medicare and Medicaid programs.
Right. So New York State, for example, has said this does not affect us.
Yes, exactly. You have a state insurance regulator that is like, so in California, there are specific things that insurance need to cover as part of a basic plan if they want to do business in the state of California. So I can't speak to other whatever, but I looked into this. So basically, your insurance regulator, whatever state you're in, can say, actually, these are what we require in this state. That's not to say that it will never come to a point where the federal government challenges those states and tries to override a state regulator, and it goes all the way to the Supreme Court, and then, whatever, and then the Supreme Court does something stupid, because they always do something stupid. But what is going to happen now is not an instant snap your fingers, suddenly your kids can't get immunizations. So if you have children, or if you know somebody who has small children and they're like, well, I can't get the shots now. Yes, you absolutely can. They're still covered by insurance. Your doctor is not suddenly becoming like a MAGA bot and being like, well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. I have not talked to a single physician who is like, yeah, these are great ideas, and I believe, like, you can and still should follow the recommendations from the actual medical organizations, and those immunizations are still available to you and covered for the time being. Now, over the course of the next several years, if we continue to elect morons with no scientific background to decide science policy and health policy in the U.S., maybe that'll change. But for now, you can still get what you need. For now, we need to stop this ship and turn it around. Otherwise, that is going to run out for us too.
Right. Yes, correct. Hysteria is brought to you by Smalls. I have 3 cats. They wake me up every morning. We go into the kitchen. They want their breakfast. They each sit in their special spot, because each one of them has a special spot. And I give them their Smalls. And then it's time to watch the news. And I think they handle the news much better than I do because they have tummies that are full of smalls. It's 2026. Do you still feed your cat like it's 1926? This podcast is sponsored by Smalls. For a limited time, get 60% off your first order plus free shipping when you head to smalls.com/hysteria. Smalls cat food is protein-packed recipes made with preservative-free ingredients you'd find in your fridge, and it's delivered right to your door. That's why Cats.com named Smalls their best overall cat food. Starting with Smalls is easy. Just share your info about your cat's diet, health, and food preferences. Then Smalls puts together a personalized sampler for your cat. No more picking between random brands at the store. Smalls has the right food to satisfy any cat's cravings. My cats love all of the poultry Smalls. They're little poultry fiends. My cats can be picky. I think if you have a cat, you know when they go and do that paw next to their dish, which means that they're rejecting whatever they have given you because they're picky bitches. Not with Smalls. Doesn't happen with Smalls. Still not a believer in Smalls? Forbes ranks Smalls the best overall cat food, while BuzzFeed said, quote, "My cats went completely ballistic for the stuff." I can attest. One of the most important things, almost all of my cats at some point in their lives have come to me with digestive issues when they were rescued. And then you have to slowly switch them off whatever they were eating at the rescue and onto Smalls, and then much better tummies, much better poops, much nicer litter box. After switching to Smalls, 88% of cat owners reported overall health improvements, and that's a big deal. And the team at Smalls is so confident your cat will love their product that you can try it risk-free. That means they will refund you if your cat won't eat their food. So make 2026 your cat's healthiest year yet. For a limited time, because you're a Hysteria listener, get 60% off your first order plus free shipping when you head to smalls.com/hysteria. One last time, that's 60% off your first order plus free shipping when you head to smalls.com/hysteria.
Hysteria is brought to you by Brodo. Alyssa, you know what? When I'm feeling not my best, you know what? The thing that I've discovered I need.
What?
90% of the time, I will feel 40% at least better. I just made up those numbers.
And?
Broth. Hot broth.
Same. Aaron,
a big hot
100%.
cup of broth. Bone broth specifically.
I agree. It's better than anything. It has like the nutrients you need. It is, everyone tells you electrolytes, have one of those like gross drinks. I have bone broth.
Okay, so if you're one of those people who has tried bone broth and hasn't liked it, which I cannot wrap my head around that, but if you are, forget everything you thought you knew about bone broth. Our next sponsor makes bone broth so good, I can't stop drinking it. This podcast is sponsored by Brodo. Welcome to the hottest trend in nutrition for the last 2,000 years. Brodo's bone broths are made from scratch, no concentrates, preservatives, or shortcuts, so you get the best broth money can buy.
Brodo makes bone broths that are delicious enough to drink. Each cup delivers whole food protein, about 10 grams per serving, along with collagen-building amino acids, electrolytes, and nutrients to support gut health, immunity, joint, skin, and general wellness. All under 50 calories and with zero just hype.
They were not, I've heard, the first choice.
Oops.
Very highly of itself, whilst aggressively sucking. Barry Weiss axed a 60 Minutes investigative story into El Salvador's detention center, which ended up being very Streisanded.
Yes.
Extreme Streisand effect happened because the segment had aired in Canada. People ripped it and put it on social media, and then everybody watched it. Everybody, so great job, but not on CBS. So like, no, Barry didn't get the ratings nor the eyeballs.
Nope.
Like, what brilliant.
YouTube did.
What a stroke of genius from just a news luminary. Anyway, now she's really desperate for honest conversation. It was announced last month that CBS News and the Free Press are partnering for a series of town halls called Things That Matter. Let's do the fucking things that matter. Sponsored by Bank of America. If it's sponsored by Bank of America, I would say among the things that matter isn't customers. The series is set to include debates and conversations around issues affecting Americans such as AI, foreign policy, public health, immigration, and state of politics. In a true Barry Weissian fashion, this is all so bad faith. They're doing one on feminism. Allie Beth Stuckey and Liz Plank are supposed to debate was feminism good for women. They were not, I've heard, the first choice.
Thank you, Stereo, for the extra cuts
I
from the stream
heard
up
from
like
someone in the
your
know
channel.
that Barry Weiss is first choice for this debate, and this should tell you everything you need to know about how honest she's being about what she wants from these debates. Her original choice was Megyn Kelly versus Alex Cooper.
It's batshit.
That is fucking insane. Like Megyn,
Like just the fact that that was her ideal. Like it doesn't matter whether it ever
noted
happens.
feminist scholar Alex Cooper. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, Alex Cooper is not a feminist philosopher. She's not somebody.
Well, she's not a debater.
She's not
That's
a
not her
debater.
thing.
She's an interviewer. She has a podcast. She talked about fucking a lot until she got married, and now she doesn't talk about it as much. Like, it's not really my kind of show. A lot of people like it. But it's also not a show where people get really in depth about like sociology-based discipline. Feminism is like an academic discipline, and not that every discussion needs to be academic, but to have a discussion between somebody who is Megyn Kelly, who is literally like a spin master propaganda administrator,
Totally,
versus somebody who interviewed Huda from Love Island, like. It's not.
Well, there's a difference between being an entertainer, which Alex Cooper is, and a journalist like Barracuda, like Megyn Kelly.
Right. And like Megyn Kelly, it also, I'm sorry, girl's in her 50s. Like, she does not have her finger on the pulse of what feminism is currently and how it is lived out in the lives of people. I mean, I guess she does have opinions about whether or not it's okay for 40-year-old men to hit on 15-year-old girls. But something tells me that's a little bit out of touch with what most women in their 20s and 30s think. So yeah, I just think this is all going to be bad faith. It's all going to suck. Nobody's going to care. It's going to be kind of like her town hall with Erica Kirk, which was fucking weird and bad.
I mean, it was not exciting. It was not newsworthy. It was not interesting. It was a platform for Erica Kirk to say what she wanted to say. And this feels like a platform for Megyn Kelly to, I mean, she won't be on it, but.
Right. For Allie Beth Stuckey, who isn't she the one that said something about like how empathy was bad or whatever?
I don't know. I've like known her over the years, and like this is. I mean, I don't know why Liz would say yes to this.
Allie Beth Stuckey is a chicken name. I'm just going to say that. It's a name I would give to a hen, and I will not be watching the debate. I do know Liz, and I wish her well, but I think that this is a disingenuous, like. The forum is stacked against one particular view, and Weiss is misrepresenting the way that this is set up, and she's trying to put her thumb on the scales and rate. I mean,
you can write the questions. Like, we know the question. We know how Barry's going to frame the whole conversation. It's, I mean, good luck.
It's so phony. That's my problem with all of this. Like, this sort of like, we're just asking questions. Like, it's so.
We're just having a real conversation.
Just having a real conversation. No, it is so.
That's like how we find common ground.
It is so fucking fake. I can't think of a more fake way to have a conversation about feminism than to like have a WWF style WrestleMania like debate-a-thon. Bo 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 bo. Like it's so fucking fake. It's a fake way to communicate.
It's her intellectual cage match.
But she's a fake intellectual.
Well, I know, but I'm just
like sharing fake news, trying to have fake debates under the guise of being like, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." It's so like I don't know if her fakeness is as irritating to other people as it is to me, but like that is the first thing I see when I look at her as someone who's just a fucking phony. And I don't think that it's really going to work, but maybe tanking Fox News. Maybe this is the producer's situation, but with the news. Maybe Ellison just wanted to kill CBS News and wanted to have fun watching it die. But this is just like really bad. Also, oh my God, Alyssa, did you see the first broadcast with what's his face? Tony.
I didn't see the first. I've seen Tony. I've seen Tony DeCopel.
Sorry, that's mean to make fun of his last name, but I call him Tony Dracula in my head.
I mean, I can understand it, like, if you look at the letters, but I have seen the show since he started, but I didn't see the first one.
There was an episode recently where, like, they just had a complete tech meltdown during the middle of the news, and he was like, oh, we're doing Mark Kelly? Oh, never mind. Okay, I guess we're doing this story. And it was like...
how uncomfortable.
It was so bad. I'll send it to you, Alyssa. It was, like, really, really bad. And you know what? Love that for Barry. Love that for her. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about a show that pushes reality TV so far that the biggest fan of reality TV
Remember this?
Cause Barack needed a Michelle and Bill needed a mother Hillary. You better pray to God you don't get stuck with a mother Melania.
Yeah. That was you. That was you. It gives new context to the Trump is handsome blast, though, doesn't it? Doesn't it give a little more context to that? You know what I mean? You might want to move fast. You might want to, because they got a whole petition going now. Yeah, deportation. Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. My name is Reese Waters, and this is Who Raised Y'all, where we highlight those unique individuals going above and beyond to make society worse.
Motherfucker, greatest woman.
You all right?
Huh?
You okay? You know, the kinds of people you'll see asking to speak to the...
Huh? Motherfucker.
Above and y'all, where we highlight those unique individuals going above and beyond to make society worse.
Motherfucker. Greatest woman.
You all right?
Huh?
You okay? You know, the kinds of people you'll see asking... You all right?
Huh? Greatest woman.
The greatest woman alive is what she said.
Greatest woman.
Greatest woman to what? What?
You all right?
Huh?
You all right?
Huh?
You okay? You know, the kinds of people you'll see asking to speak to the manager at the pearly gates.
I want to talk to the manager.
Now, I'd first like to wish you all a happy new year and congratulations to our newly crowned Uncle Ruckus recipient, Stephen A. Smith. And with over 50% of the vote, that is substantial, the Uncle Ruckus trophy in 2026 goes to Stephen A. Smith.
This, today, is one of the worst days that I've had in a long time.
However, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that not everybody was happy with the selection.
Welcome to the Uncle Ruckus Coon of the Year Awards. The awards show where we celebrate the coolness of the coon. That's right. If you kiss the white man ass, you deserve an award. Who knows? You could be Coon of the Year. This year's nominees had me second guessing myself. Like I wasn't cooning hard enough. But no one coons harder than Uncle Ruckus. But we're here to celebrate the new generation of coons.
Jesus Christ.
That's right.
Skip this. There is a lot of fucking...
Now.
But see, the way that we do the tabulation for the voting, there were some candidacies that rose to attention too late in the process, but that's not to say they can't get a head start on 2026. Now, Nicki Minaj, we have already addressed the whole United Nations scenario.
I must say, I am very nervous, so please Well, thank you, Ambassador.
Why are you at the UN, Nicki Minaj? You are just not like an Emma Watson type. Hi, kitty. How are ya? Don't sit on my ribs. Oh, sit on my lap. Yep. Hi, kitty. I love you. You're such a good kitty. Yeah? You feeling it? Do you feel the love, kitty? Yeah.
Waltz for this invitation. It is an honor to stand on this stage with you and the other distinguished speakers here today to shine a spotlight on the deadly threat faced by thousands of Christians in Nigeria. I would like to thank President Trump for prioritizing this issue and for his leadership on the global stage in calling for urgent action to defend Christians in Nigeria, to combat extremism, and to bring a stop to violence against those who simply want to exercise their natural right to freedom of religion or belief. Barbs, I know you're somewhere listening. I love you so very much. You have been the ultimate light in my life and career for so long. I appreciate you, and I want to make it very clear once again that this isn't about taking sides. This is about standing up in the face of injustice. It's about what I've always stood for my entire career, and I will continue to stand for that. For the rest of my life, I will care if anyone, anywhere, is being persecuted for their beliefs.
Now that was particularly fascinating, certainly considering the truth of the situation in Nigeria is just a Google away.
Yeah, I was like, what?
It was so easy to book Nicki Minaj. Did you know you could just tell her what? She won't look it up. She won't get no team involved. Nothing like that. You know, that's wild. She must be booked and busy. You know what I mean? She must be getting ass from all over the place. Here's the other thing too, and I could use some clarity on this because if there's widespread violence going on in Nigeria, and you specifically take issue with the Christians that have been attacked, that certainly does violate All Lives Matter now, doesn't it? You know, because they hit us with All Lives Matter when we took to the streets to advocate for criminal justice reform, and I know you might have missed that, Nicki Minaj. When we took to the streets to advocate for criminal justice reform because we were in fear for our safety, we were told that all lives mattered. So apparently all lives don't matter in Nigeria? It's just the Christians? Oh, just the rich folk with connections to Trump? Or just the narrative that they can paint in order to go in with military action or economic sanctions?
You don't find that suspicious?
Do you have a favorite Bible verse?
Well, I would say the simple one that everyone knows, Psalms 23. Psalms 23.
I don't even know what that means.
Oh, I got it. So you want to paint it as a religious crusade. I understand. Well, let me tell you, you know the Bible just like Trump. I can tell you that right now.
Okay. You mentioned the Bible. You've been talking about how it's your favorite book. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favorite Bible verses are and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. Are you kidding me? When I talk about the Bible, it's very personal.
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or
No,
say.
he doesn't.
The Bible means a lot to me.
No, it doesn't.
2 Corinthians 3:17. That's the whole ball game. Why would you downplay me like that?
That must have been one of those verses you find in 2 Corinthians. I'm pretty sure. You know, I found 3 or 4 verses from the pink print in them Trump Bibles.
Nicki Minaj has gone full MAGA, and when I tell you guys,
it is all a grift on the right. Her speaking at Turning Point USA's America Fest is the final stage of the right conservative Republican grift. Charlie Kirk was quoted saying this about her.
Nicki Minaj, Cardi B.
Okay, Nicki Minaj is causing dads to leave the home.
Hold on a second. I don't think that's a good role model for 18-year-old black girls. I don't.
And then for her to be on stage with Erica Kirk, who is also a grifter.
What do you think about for young men? For young men.
And for young men, don't be new scum.
Well, see, when Charlie Kirk said she's not a good role model for black girls, that didn't mean Erica Kirk, though. That didn't mean Erica. He might be a good role model for Erica Kirk, you know, and Nicki Minaj. That new scum blast did not age well. No, just wait. We're going to get to the clapback.
Just shows that she, one, has no self-respect, because why would you be speaking at an organization where the man said you're not a role model for any young woman?
That whole role model thing need not be gender specific. No, that would be just as off-putting for a man to be looking and yelling like that.
Two, Erica Kirk had a Freudian slip today and said that Charlie Kirk was a grifter and that a young man was continuing the grift.
Despite the devastating loss of Charlie Kirk, my incredible husband at UVU, Caleb has persisted with the same grift.
No, you had it right. No, you had it right. We're going to use the first take.
Caleb has persisted with the same gift. Grit. It has been a long day.
It's been so long, we telling the truth. It's been so long. This is the best Christian I've... You had it right. We're going to use the first take.
Caleb has persisted with the same gift. Grit. It has been a long day.
That's the word we all call you. Yeah.
So long, we telling the truth. It's been so long. This is the best Christian I've been all day.
Trust me, you're not a grifter, honey.
Trust me, you're not a grifter, honey.
All day.
Trust me, you're not a grifter, honey.
It's all ridiculous, and I think why it's so strange is because I can't truly fathom how MAGA and people on that side lack critical thinking and comprehension and can't understand that it's a grift, because clearly, if anyone had the ability to research simply, Nicki Minaj makes no sense being there. Erica Kirk is strange. Charlie Kirk was a racist and hated everyone, but they believe the complete opposite. It's really crazy, man. It's really crazy.
Now, I will say this. It seems that some people have begun to catch on.
Charlie Kirk built a megachurch, and he called it a student organization. Turning Point USA is the most insane new megachurch of the 2020s, and after spending 4 days at Kirkchella, you cannot convince me otherwise. Charlie
Kirkchella
transformed from libertarian bro to prosperity gospel preacher in 4 years flat. We watched it happen in real time. He met one megachurch pastor who told him mixing Jesus with politics suddenly meant more power, less taxes, and suddenly Turning Point USA had 30 pastors on staff, monthly events at Dream City Church, and was recruiting kids on over 2,000 campuses with Democrats are demonic messaging. And then after his assassination, they were selling merch of what he wore.
Are you wanted in Albania for fucking child molestation? Are you allowed to go to the country Albania? What's her name again? Erica Kirk? Is Erica Kirk banned from Albania? No, I would not. Romania. Was Erica Kirk banned in Romania? Were you banned? Yes, Romanian Angels. So anyways, did Erica Kirk run Romanian Angels, and is Romanian Angels under investigation right now for trafficking? Claims of child trafficking or illegal adoption surfaced primarily on social media platforms following the death of her husband. So, but no, the Romanian Angels, they aren't known for this, I guess. She's the CEO and board chair of Turning Point USA. Oh my god.
When he died, and his widow is now running the show, and we all just kind of went with it.
And yes, that video will be coming. But for those that haven't caught on yet and don't really see the grift, you tell me what Trump being handsome was.
Yeah,
you have amazing role models like our
oh my god.
handsome, dashing.
Our handsome, dashing president. Oh my god, look at that look on her face, you little liar.
Now, Chris Rock said money will turn a bald spot into a park. I didn't hear him say it could turn an orange husk into caramel. I didn't. I had no idea. I had no idea. Now, you say she can't be held accountable for the things that what she just lost control of her mouth. She just gonna call J.D. Vance an assassin? She that crazy?
And you have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I say that...
The assassin.
Trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine.
Well, at least she knew he wasn't going to clap back. You know what I mean? At least she knew. At least she knew he wasn't going to clap. I mean, she just hitting him over the head with it. I don't. Wow.
Come look at this.
You have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president.
What do you mean, the assassin?
Assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president.
What the she saying? The assassin?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Boy, that was a Freudian slip. That's her self-conscious. Cause she...
Who is this guy? Hashtag PoFolk. Oh my god. Oh, that's him, is he? I remember this song, yeah. So anyways, yeah.
Know what she know. Got J.D. Vance. You the assassin? It look like somebody else about to be assassin. Girl, you better get away from them white folk. This gonna be worse than any rap beef you could ever be in.
And when I say that,
Boy, she just realized what she said and how much money she done lost. And how much danger she may be in.
Trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard.
I know it ain't. She done heard way worse. She done heard some terrible shit about that.
Yeah, by Charlie Kirk, yeah.
That was just deplorable.
Yeah.
Horrible. Downright evil.
So you're fine.
For now, you fine.
He's a rapper. Is he good?
I can imagine what they say when y'all.
Okay, so let's go looking for him on YouTube and see what we find here. Oops, go back to that tab. God damn, VPNs are annoying. Hurry up, you. Are you done? No. I don't care for Minecraft content. I don't care for Arc Raiders content. Jesus Christ, 10 hours of the burnt peanut. Oh my god, he got 1 million views too. Jesus Christ. Have video game skins gone too far? You versus the bank you deserve. Rainbow Six Siege, not interested. Hermitcraft, not interested. How to work nights at a burger place. I don't like queso. Don't recommend the channel. Roblox is silencing us. I want to test the game. I streamed until I beat every Dark Souls. Big mistake by Ludwig. Jesus Christ. I'm not interested. My neighbor won't let me leave. Death on Holly Ridge. I don't know what that means. Everyone's out of position. Yeah, that actually might be really funny. That's probably really funny, but I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know, but everyone's out of position. Opening the rarest lucky block in the world. I don't know what that means, and I'm not interested. Fighting 1,000 mutant chickens in Minecraft. I don't care about that. Goodbye, Roblox chat. I don't care about Creekcraft. Can we not recommend the channel? The battle for the cookie world begins. Let's play Club Penguin. Let's not. The cookie... What? I just want you gone. Yes, this just got declassified. I definitely don't want you showing me Asmongold stuff. Tricked my ops into thinking that I died in GTA 5. That's fucking stupid. Decked out Ultimate's threat. Decked out's ultimate threat. Is it Minecraft? It is. It's Minecraft. Arc Raiders. I don't care. I don't care. SpongeBob mystery pack from some kind of MTG or something. Having a forced sleepover in Minecraft. Look how much they like how bad this is. Oh my god, look at all the slop. It's so fucking bad. The Dark Minions, they don't care or not interested. Okay, so reloaded. Do you put all the same videos again? Can we sort by like today? Yeah, these are all from today, are they? Like, you just gave me back the exact same stuff. Well, at least you know. So this is the trending videos and stuff. Wasn't this the same stuff as yesterday? I don't know. Whatever. Let's go see if this guy's on YouTube. Pofolk the Entertainer, 18,000 subs. Yeah. So, okay, Pofolk and Beans podcast. I thank you all. I think Topanga in love with me. I had to break this down. Young Black MAGA has very little intelligence.
Hey, y'all. Come look at this.
I'm about to show you D.L. Hewley's...
What his name is?
D.L. Hewley's...
D.L. Hewley? Boy, you ain't starting this video off right. You ain't do no research. You didn't even know the nigga name.
response to Stephen A. Smith's criticisms of Jasmine Crockett.
Maybe because these people, they are crazy, because they always talk about how Christian they is.
Crockett chooses to express herself. I'm like, is that gonna help your district of Texas?
Two different audiences, Stephen A. and I. I have urban audiences primarily composed of 18 to 49 black people, 55% women, 45% black men. Whereas Stephen A. is inverse, mostly white males. And he works for ESPN. We serve different things. It isn't hard to understand why a man would think one way about a black powerful woman and another one would think another way.
You see, I found this very interesting because this is what D.L. Hughley had to say about Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears while she
What are you talking about?
was campaigning.
I got a chance to watch the gubernatorial debate in Virginia between Abigail Spanberger and Winsome Earl Sears. And the first thing I thought is, I didn't know James Brown was trying to be governor of Virginia.
Get down.
And I know that candidate Sears knows something about discrimination, because it's fairly obvious that she discriminates against a hot comb.
And this is exactly why I say this pro-black unity, us against them ideology, it's a facade.
Let me break this down for you.
What? It's not a facade, motherfucker. Smart black people don't vote Republican.
Player, it ain't a pro-black thing, it's a pro-right thing. And I ain't talking about the right wing, I'm talking about the right ideology. We don't fuck with her. She not on our squad. This a team sport, motherfucker. And evidently you on the other team. So what are you talking about? Did you vote? Well, I don't even know how old you is. If you were of voting age, did you vote for Kamala? Huh?
No.
How you feel about Barack? He not on your team. You goddamn pro-MAGA. You're a little young MAGA too.
It's a show. They don't actually believe in it. Your entire critique of Stephen A.'s approach to Jasmine was the fact that it seemed as if he was catering to an audience of only whites.
Didn't Stephen A. apologize about that shit? Because he knew he was wrong. And he gave goddamn white folk ammo to come at a beautiful black queen who trying to help out the beautiful. Little motherfucker, if you don't shut the fuck up.
Audience of
This guy's very funny, actually.
And racism and vitriol towards angry and ghetto black women stereotypes. But when the black woman in question is a conservative, you say her hair is nappy, she needs a hot comb, she looks like James Brown. If Stephen A. made these exact same comments about Jasmine Crockett,
No, she looks like James Brown.
You'd be blowing a gasket.
And D.L. Hughley is a goddamn comedian. Stephen A. Smith is a sports goddamn writer. Two different things. And that James Brown shit was classic.
And that James Brown shit was classic. Phelps, Kentucky. The white town America pretends doesn't exist. Oh, she's looking angry. Why does she look so angry? Ugh. Oh, no.
And we begin with breaking news. ABC News obtaining new cell phone video of the moments before an ICE officer.
When was this? 17 minutes ago.
Killed 37-year-old Renee Good in Minneapolis. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. And the video is believed to be taken by the ICE agent who fired the shot.
This isn't Grand Theft Auto. What the fuck are you doing hosing a white lady in the Twin Cities? What the fuck is wrong with you? This is not Grand Theft Auto, you fucking idiots. What's she gonna do? Run from you? Let her run. Let her run. Where's she gonna go? To an apartment, her apartment or whatever, or her house. She's gonna go to her house. Like, let her run. Chase her, but don't shoot her like Grand Theft Auto through the fucking with the like. You know where else I've seen this? Look at that fucking bullet. You know, we all know where we've seen this before. Grand Theft Auto, motherfucker.
We do want to warn you, the recording could make you uncomfortable.
Yeah, but is it? Oh, I don't know if I want to see this. Is she smiling?
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
Oh my god. She doesn't think it's gonna happen.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our
our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
Whoa. What?
The tragedy unfolding Wednesday morning when the federal government says Good, behind the wheel of that maroon Honda SUV, intentionally used the car to ram the agent. City officials say that's a lie, that Good was not a threat when she was shot and killed. Let's bring in city officials say SUV. Wednesday morning when the federal government says Good, behind the wheel of that maroon Honda SUV, intentionally used the car to ram the agent. City officials say that's a lie, that Good was not a threat when she was shot and killed. Let's bring in our Armando Garcia. He's there on the scene in Minneapolis, along with contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett. Clearly, we
U.S. citizen, former. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the car.
Get yourself
That's
some lunch.
that's her girlfriend. I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The big fuckers have gotten out of control. And it's Blue Meanie Christmas or Blue Meanie Summer, whatever you call it.
Big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car.
Fight the fight.
Get out of the car. Get out of the
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Why did you shoot
the
this
tragedy
lady?
unfolding Wednesday morning when the federal government says
You shot a lesbian couple is what you did. This seems now like you don't like lesbians.
Good, behind the wheel of that maroon Honda SUV, intentionally used the car to ram the agent. City officials say that's a lie, that Good was not a threat when she was shot and killed. Let's bring in our Armando Garcia. He's there on the scene in Minneapolis, along with contributor
This is
and
gonna tear our country apart. It almost always does. Remember Ferguson? That's this town. That's this place.
former FBI agent Brad Garrett. Clearly, we just got our hands on this video. Armando, you've had a chance to look at it, so have you, Brad. But Armando, let's start with you. Take a look at the video and tell us what you see.
Yeah, Kira, I gotta say, you know, I'm not sure if that video has been seen by people here in the streets. I can tell you that the governor today called for a day of calm and unity. We certainly have unity. That's unity against ICE. All day long today they've been saying and chanting,
"Fuck ICE!
Get out of our streets. These are our streets. Hate does not make America great." And I can tell you that, you know, I think that video is going to it's going to lead to more questions and answers, quite frankly. The people here want to see
But she died with a smile on her face because she didn't see it coming.
Investigation unfold.
She didn't see it coming. She's like, "What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Are you mentally sick?" She had a smile on her face. I hope I have a smile on my face if this ever happens to me. She was lucky in a way.
It's unbiased.
She was like, relax, motherfucker. What you gonna do? Shoot me? And then he did. This girl is unarmed. You shot an unarmed woman. What the fuck's wrong with you? We never stood for morals and values like that. Put this man in jail for life.
I've spoken with a lot of people here who are a little bit skeptical about whether or not that could be possible. You can hear them right now. I'm just going to take a second here so you can hear. They've been chanting ICE out all day long. That's the main message that they have here. Actually, it's two messages. It's ICE get out of our streets, and they want to see this ICE officer arrested.
We are learning
ICE
that the
out.
ICE officer now has been identified as Jonathan Ross. What are we learning about
Fuck
him
Jonathan
as we
Ross.
also now see the video there of the shooting via his own cell phone?
Yeah, we know that Jonathan
Whose
Ross
streets?
was part of a very
Our
specialized
streets.
subgroup under the umbrella of ICE, essentially called the Special Response Team. This is a very highly trained group in tactical situations.
You shot that lady. You shot
skills. We
that
also know
lady.
he
You got to be the
was
worst
involved
cop
in
in the
an incident just a few months
land.
ago in June where he was dragged by a car. DHS said that he suffered serious
You
injuries.
shot that lady? You fucking shot that lady? She was unarmed. You can see she had no gun in her hand. The car is not a gun. It doesn't matter if she drives off. That's on her if she drives off and hits somebody. You definitely can't shoot her. She was unarmed.
I think received more than 30 stitches as well. So we're going to learn a little bit more as the investigation unfolds. We heard state officials earlier today say that they're essentially moving forward full steam ahead with their own investigation after being told rather by FBI that they were going to essentially be pushed out of that federal investigation.
So, Armando, ICE allegedly barred this bystander that was claiming to be a physician coming in to check a pulse on Renee Good after she was shot.
Yeah, they want to confirm the kill. Yeah, so they wouldn't let the doctor help her. Sounds like what America's turning into.
Do we know
all gas, no brakes?
Anything more about this physician, and does this speak to a force that is worried about loss of life?
Look, we're going to continue to report that out. We certainly haven't been able to identify for ourselves who this physician was, if they were a physician. I can tell you that when these dramatic incidents happen, the first thing that the federal agents want to do is take control of the scene. So essentially only let in people that they want to let in. So, you know, could this have been a mixture of that? It's very, very possible. I will say there's a lot of anger here with how they not only obviously treated Renee Good, but also the aftermath of that. You know, I think it's a very interesting. We're in a city, as you can tell, this is a very highly organized city. There's a lot of volunteers here. There's a lot of community activists. This is a city that has a long history of organizing against law enforcement, of protesting against law enforcement. We are just about half a mile away from where George Floyd was killed by a former Minneapolis
Yeah, this is like the George Floyd people. The same people that killed George Floyd rolled ice, like basically sold their souls to Satan. Roll dice, and then we find them a few years later fucking killing some other fucking lady or whatever. These are the George Floyd motherfuckers.
Deep here in this community.
So, Brad, of course, I want your take, Brad Garrett, on the video now. We're going to go ahead and roll it. This video just into ABC News, believed to be taken by the ICE agent that shot and killed Renee Nicole Good. Let's take a look at the video together, Brad, and just tell me what you see and what you make of this.
She died with a smile on her face. She never dreamed you would pull a trigger, you fucking psycho.
Fine, dude. I'm not mad.
It's fine, dude. Like, she was like, please don't shoot me.
What? Show your face. I'm not mad. That's okay. We don't change our plates every
She's like, I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you, dude. Relax.
Morning, just so you know, it'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car.
Go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead. I like her. I like her. I can't believe women in this country are being treated like this. You shame me, right wing. You shame our country.
At us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
You killed her. That's she reminds me so much of my best friend's sister.
Get out of the car.
So the issue here is, does it help promote that this woman is potentially a domestic terrorist? Obviously, the answer is no. I mean, it's like she's leaving a location, talking to her partner, her wife, I'm not sure, but having this conversation, and then the partner seems to have some interaction with the ICE officer that I'm not sure what the context is. But the short answer is, he runs up abruptly and, you know, tells her to get the F out of the car, doesn't really communicate with her, rushes the car. And so two things. Does it support domestic terrorism? Does it, at least up to that point, does it support intent to harm anybody? And the answer is no. I think this is another super sad situation where a lack of communication, I think, but certainly added to somebody being harmed. And the simplest thing to do, no matter, law enforcement, you have to deal with negative people, angry people, and you just stay calm and you listen. So to stand there for 3 feet from the car, wave to her, ask her to put her window down, and talk to her for 5 seconds, she would have driven on. That didn't happen. Now, does that play into the officer shooting? Maybe or maybe not. If he thinks he's in harm's way and is in bodily harm range of this car, then he's going to say I was justified in shooting. But it's the snowball event, as I've mentioned several times. It's what happens before these events that sometimes precipitates or adds to the event. And from my perspective, that's clearly what happened here.
As we continue to look at the video, Brad, thank you so much.
I hope she runs for president. I would vote for her. I would vote for her. I want to vote for her, unlike the other people. She stood against these pieces of shit. Not Hillary, not fucking, like, none of the rest of these Democrats stood against them, but this lady actually was running, no kings. She's actually somebody who is progressive and does care.
Congressman, what's your response to Vice President Vance yesterday saying the Minnesota shooting was a tragedy of her own making?
I understand that Vice President Vance believes that shooting a young mother of 3 in the face 3 times is an acceptable America that he wants to live in, and I do not. And that is a fundamental difference.
Go, Alexandria!
I do not believe that the American people
Go, Alexandria!
assassinated in the street. Thank you.
I don't think so.
Planning to use the power of the purse to sort of rein in DHS and all in the wake of this Minnesota shooting?
I would hope so. I think that this Congress exploded ISIS budget to, I believe, the tune of $170 billion additional dollars, making it one of, by and away, the largest paramilitary force in the United States, with no rules,
$170 billion?
No restraints, and as we have seen, are now carrying out extrajudicial killings in the street. So I would hope that is not the America that we want to live in.
They took our fucking taxpayer dollars and they built, like, the stormtroopers, and now they're using them against us.
The president, in an interview with the New York Times, said that the only thing that would constrain his power as commander-in-chief is his own morality. What do you think of a comment like that?
I mean, it shows the danger that we are in and the necessity for us to have a Congress that is willing to rein in the president's power, as well as the necessity for the Supreme Court to be able to rein in the president's power as well. Now, we have a Republican majority that has decided to completely abdicate its power to the president. I think it is why it's up to the American people to ensure that we take away power from those who do not use it well.
Can I ask for a moment about Democratic leaders on both sides, Leader Schumer and Jeffries, when I press them about ICE and even...
That's the first time I've heard the Democratic Party or anybody from the Democratic Party actually proposing that we don't give these people power anymore.
Venezuela, they seem reluctant in this funding round to do anything on ICE or Venezuela because it seems as though they're reluctant to blow up in a fragile agreement they might be. Do you get that sense, and do you think that's a mistake by them?
No, I mean, listen, we have a caucus that is very wide, and they're responsible for leading an entire caucus that
you DC me, you son of a fucking
so they're in a different position. But
try again.
Whether it's this funding round or when Democrats are in the majority is a tactical decision that is up to leadership to make. But I think in the long term, what we are seeing now is that this funding of ICE, it exploded virtually overnight, and we are already seeing the ramifications of it in terms of the abuse of power that is happening, as well as the fact that ICE doesn't even meet the level of rigor that your local police department has to meet in terms of ethics and in terms of rules and regulations that they have to abide by.
What do you say to your administration released enough of the Epstein files to your satisfaction?
Pardon?
Have you gotten enough of the Epstein files to your satisfaction?
This administration, the Trump administration, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Pam Bondi are engaged in one of the greatest cover-ups that we have seen when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein and protection of people that are in power and close to power. It is horrifying. My thoughts are with the victims, but what I am encouraged by is the House Oversight Committee's continued pursuit in their subpoenas against Lex Wexner and others, and we will continue the fight for justice for victims of these crimes.
Do you think Bill Clinton should be subpoenaed by the Oversight
I'm
Committee?
sorry, I know he's got a...
Yeah, what would you say to your Republican colleagues, just the fact that they say that if these people would follow the law and not get involved with ICE and try and disrupt them, collecting people who are here illegally, what would you want to tell those people?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, some of the Republican colleagues are basically saying that ICE is doing its job and that people are there to disrupt them and to stop them. What would you want to tell them?
I would not say that
ICE
assassinating a young mother of 3 in the street
is doing their job.
is part of ICE's mandate. ICE specifically has a mandate that has nothing to do with going after U.S. citizens. Watch the video for yourself. You don't have to worry about the politics with me or what I'm going to say or what anyone else is going to say. Watch
the video and see what they'll do
and
to
you
us.
will see a woman trying to
Gun
back
down.
up her vehicle and leave a volatile scene. And she was met with 3 bullets to the face. You tell me, any law enforcement officer in the country worth their salt can tell you that that is not how you handle that situation. And so the fact that ICE receives less training, this started with Patriot Act, post 9/11 violation of American civil liberties, and it continues in that strain. Thank you.
Go AOC. Fucking idiots.
So if you, like, an extreme is if you look at, like, questions 15, 16, and 17.
Jesus. So I'm looking at an intake questionnaire for a violent extremist group, and I'm going to read you 3 of the questions. Question 15, are you in the military or a veteran? If so, which branch? 16, if it comes down to it, would you go against the oath you took in the military and law enforcement? You could end up fighting against your military law enforcement brothers. I mean, I think you got to consider where somebody has to be in order to say yes to those 3 questions. And also some of the capabilities and training that some of these individuals bring. There are places in our military where we are trained to start and fuel insurgencies. There are places in our military where we are trained to overthrow governments or work with armed militias in order to do that sort of thing. I'm not saying this to be alarmist, and I don't think we need to be afraid of our veterans. What I do think is that we need to have a solid understanding of how bad to do that sort of thing. I'm not saying this to be alarmist, and I don't think we need to be afraid of our veterans. What I do think is that we need to have a solid understanding of how badly this could escalate. We're not at the point where violence is the solution to our problems, but there are a lot of people trying to convince vets and others that we are, and that is a very dangerous thing.
Today, domestic terrorism is the greatest terrorist threat facing the United States.
The threat is real, and we are all at risk. For decades, violent extremist groups have sought to infiltrate our military to gain tactical training and access to weapons and explosives.
I do believe the oath means something, and I know that I'm going directly against people who think that they also are honoring their oath.
I, Stanley Safon,
do solemnly
that I will
swear
support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic.
So help me God.
So help me God.
This looks like it's DMCA.
Help me God.
No, I think I'm okay. If they don't like it, I'll cut it out. What's up, kitty? Yeah, you get something wrong? You want me to pay attention to you? What's up, kitty? You want to go outside? Yeah, let's go outside. It's not raining. You should go outside. Yeah, go outside. Ready? Okay, kitty. Go outside. Yeah, you're stir crazy. Go outside. Yep. Good kitty.
Go ahead and fill up this magazine.
Why are they like this? You think this makes people feel safe? Makes you feel safe?
Asked a buddy of mine, I said, hey man, can you
I got a gun sitting right over there. Like, I don't wield it, you know, I don't wield the gun.
Can you get me some ammo? Some decent ammo.
What's
I
with
can't
the
find
beards? You guys
He
just
said,
don't want to buy
man,
razors
I heard that
anymore,
there's a
or
drug dealer
what?
down the corner. He's actually slinging ammunition now instead of drugs. So, bought some ammunition from the drug dealer. When people look at these guns, these rifles and these handguns and so forth, you know, there's a lot of folks that see something that causes violence. They see something that's dangerous and shouldn't be allowed in society and so forth. What they don't realize is that this is what gave us our freedom. This is what won our independence. This is what protects us from
I
attack.
know it.
It's not just our God-given right, you know, to defend ourselves. It's our constitutional right, but it's also, it's just right, you know, when you think about it. This rifle will never hurt or harm anybody unless something that comes up against it. Baby's ready to rock and roll. Being a Texan, we're supposed to be able to protect ourselves. You know, the stuff that they show you on the movies, that's our real life. That's who we are, the cowboy way. And the cowboy way is to be able to defend yourself. And, you know, I'm proud to say that I can do that, you know, pretty effectively.
What do you have in the
You know, I learned how to ride a
AK?
horse when I was about 6. The property that we lived at was a lot like this, mesquite trees and so forth.
You intend to shoot your fellow Americans?
My grandfather gave me my first BB gun and, you know, showed me how to aim, how to breathe and shoot. I was taught how to hone into a target and be able to actually execute with whatever tool I'm using. But what you learn in the military and the Army is your scopes will fail you, your red dots will fail you, the batteries will wear out, but your irons never, ever will. So I've never had anything on my rifles other than my iron sights. Not the best grouping, but from 60 yards, 50 yards, it'll work. Up close, they'd all be in the center. Good boy. Come here. Hey, puppy.
I spent my whole life wanting to join the military.
Why do you guys all have weird beards? Is it like God's warning? It's kind of like God's warning for idiots or whatever.
There's a photo right behind
Jesus Christ, what are you, ZZ Top?
me of me when I was probably like 5 years old, wearing camouflage head to toe with a pair of dog tags. I feel like most kids that I grew up with went through
Yeah, I knew a mullet was gonna. I knew I was gonna see a mullet, like fairly quickly. Fucking mullets. Why do you guys always have a mullet? We used to have a really bad joke that we used to tell. We would like tune up some fucking television at like 2:30 in the morning in somebody's house, and there'd be like 8 of us there drunk and stoned and shit, just shooting the shit, watching TV. It's just like, you know, being friends and stuff. And we had this like game that we used to play, drink every time you see a mullet. What was it? It was drink every time you see a mullet. Drink every time you see an ass crack. Oh yeah, we would watch Cops. Yeah, I believe we would watch Cops and stuff like that. We'd be like, drink every time you see a mullet. Drink every time you see an ass crack.
Days of wanting to be a cop or a firefighter
And drink every time you see a tramp stamp.
or an army.
Yeah, that was the game. It was, I think it was, if I remember, I think I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, I believe that's the correct game. It was drink every time you see a mullet, drink every time you see an ass crack, and then drink every time, what was the third one? I just said it too. What was it again? It's, tramp stamp. And like, and then, so it's like, oh, and so then you wait for, and then you watch Cops. And you wait for it because it's going to happen. In the global south, it's just going to happen. It's going to happen every 5 minutes.
Man, right? I never grew out of that.
Now it's like, now you can't count it by the mullet anymore, or the tramp stamp, or the fucking, the ass crack. Now it's the beard. It's like drink every time you see a beard. Ugh.
Then when I was...
Oh, you should make out with him. Yeah. Oh, man, you should just make out with him. Look how angry the dog looks. He's like, my owner is angry.
16 years old. September 11th happened. And it kind of put a different spin on that desire to serve. I went to go out and find the bad guys and find justice. So this when I was 18 years old.
What bad guys? You mean we invaded Afghanistan? What bad guys? Us? You mean, yeah, I think you are kind of talking about us. Yeah, well, I mean...
In basic training, and it's the standard photo that you take before you know what anything on the uniform means. So you notice there's no ribbon, no name tag.
I don't care about this guy's profile.
A bare bones uniform. I was wearing a shirt, jacket, and tie that weren't mine. I mean, this is ignorance is bliss right here. That's what this photo is.
The historical record is absolutely clear that the aftermath of warfare is a danger point for anti-democratic violence, for racist violence, for activity among Klan and white power groups. There's no question that this is the case. All of us, men, women, people who have served or not, old people, children, everyone becomes more violent in the aftermath of warfare. I think that what we don't know yet is what happens to that phenomenon when we're talking about a 20-year war.
Oh, I didn't know that. I had no idea. Wow, I'm gonna tell my mom about that tonight. Like, apparently, like, while we're at war, everyone else gets way more violent.
My career started as an enlisted soldier. I was Private Crow, and then almost a decade later, it ended as Captain Crow. Over that period, well over 100 combat missions between Iraq and Afghanistan, and of course, felt like I left that part of my life behind me.
We will take that building! We're gonna storm the fucking Capitol! Fuck you fuckers!
So on January 6th, I had told all the members of my staff not to come in to the office. I had heard reports of Boogaloo Boys and Proud Boys and others filling flights to come into the Capitol.
I think as a lot of us watch things unfold on the 6th and then have looked at a lot of the footage since. You see
Dear God, they're gonna fucking turn our entire country into a toilet. They want to fight us. We won't fight. We're not. I mean, we're peaceful. They're just gonna kill us. They're gonna kill the left, and then it'll just be a country full of right-wing nuts who just shoot everybody. It's disgusting.
see things we recognize as veterans.
That's affirmative, yes,
On January. Well, I've been in a way VR training, like that game Metal Gear Solid VR missions or whatever. I've been kind of VR training my whole life or whatever. I don't know.
January 6th, 2021, U.S. military veterans.
You know what my strategy is to all of this? A shovel. I'm gonna go out there with a shovel and I'm gonna dig a hole downwards, and I'm gonna live down there and I'll shoot rabbits with a bow and arrow, and I'll and I'll eat beans. I'll buy a bunch of beans or something. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but like my response to this is I'm definitely not fighting you. You can put me in jail, I guess, but I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to fight my fellow Americans. If this was slavery and I wanted it to end, I would go fight for that. What this is just a difference between the left and the right.
Sworn an oath to defend the
violence.
Country were at the vanguard of a violent attempt to stop Congress from certifying the 2020 presidential election. They were determined to keep Joe Biden from becoming president.
You can actually see, if you look at it, the militia groups, the Oath Creepers, the Three Percenters, the Proud Boys, they're organized, they're behaving tactically, they understand the dynamics of a crowd, and they're maneuvering to exploit that mass of bodies. So you see an organized line of militia members with shields ready to go, ready to exploit a breach, pushing the crowd in certain directions.
The mob broke through into the Capitol. They evacuated leadership, they evacuated the floor, but they had forgotten that there were about 24 members up in the gallery.
Everybody stay down! Get down!
The floor of the House was evacuated, but there was no safe evacuation route, evidently, from the gallery.
There's no safe place in the United States for any of these motherfuckers. Military Principle 105, cave means grave.
And that's why I realized we were trapped. There was no way out, and we would likely have to make a stand or fight our way out. This was one of the more shocking moments of my life. I made the decision to call my wife and let her know that
Cave means grave. I've never heard it said before, but I'll never forget it. I hated living in a cave in Rust. It's so much walking.
I love her and tell the kids that I love them.
The only time that the U.S. Capitol had been breached before was in the War of 1812, and that was care of the British king.
Here we are in the Capitol!
No looking back now, boys. No looking back.
This is what we fucking lived up for. Everything we fucking trained for.
Yeah, you trained for this, huh? Standing around in a hallway.
The kind of experience that I expected as a U.S. Marine in Iraq, but could never even imagine happening as a United States Congressman in Washington, D.C.
Many people have seen the pictures. They had barred the door to the gallery. They were banging on that door and breaking the glass to that door.
I've often asked myself, how did I end up on one side of that door and my fellow veterans who raised their same right hand and took the same oath that I took, how did they end up on the other side of that door?
Nearly one.
They did the cops in. I forgot they did this. Yeah, they did the cops in on their way in.
150.
They beat the fuck out of like 5 cops. I forgot about this, yeah.
Law enforcement officers.
Yeah, I remember this part, yeah.
Were injured in the melee. 5 protesters died, and another 4 police officers later committed suicide.
Oh my god, and the cops committed suicide.
Donald Trump tweeted out a video. He said, "We did a good fucking job."
We did a good fucking job, blah, blah, blah. You think this is a good job?
Among those charged in connection with the attack, a disproportionate number are U.S. military veterans.
I don't ever want to be around this kind of stuff ever again. I was worried about the No Kings protests. I was like, I don't know. When I was a kid, I've seen riots go crazy. I saw the Broncos riot go crazy. I engaged in it. I was in it. And like, I've seen this stuff go bad before. And it's like the thing I am most scared of. If you show up to a battle and fight these guys, they will shoot you.
For me, now the Capitol is almost like walking around Gettysburg or Antietam or going to Pearl Harbor. And my son Michael was killed in action in Afghanistan in June 14th, 2008. And when you join the military, there's a lot of competing ideals.
Wow, Master Sergeant.
Why you show up. And for most of it, there's a large amount of patriotism. But you never lose focus and never lose sight that, I'm here in this country maybe to give them a better chance to experience what we have in America. Or it's not perfect. We are trying to form a more perfect union every day, and we want to give that chance to other people. My son died doing that in Afghanistan, only for us to lose that sight here.
Veterans who swear that oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, of all Americans, they should understand how dangerous and unpatriotic this insurrection was. They were trying to overthrow democratic election results. They shouted for the hanging of our own vice president.
They're such idiots.
That's a coup attempt.
Watching the insurrection happen, and we're going to call it that because that's what it was, and watching veterans participate, being at the vanguard of that insurrection, it's mind-boggling. But I don't have a really good answer for why veterans would do that.
Though I was trained to blow stuff up and run with the infantry, I became this unofficial on-the-ground intelligence reporter. On May 15, 2005, we got called to respond to a body that was found in a trash dump outside Solder City. When we got there, we realized that it wasn't a body, it was a bunch of bodies. And I had never experienced anything like it. And now as I was taking photos, close-up photos of these faces of victims of murder and torture, I was looking at their wounds and looking at the packaging tape that was wrapped around their eyes and imagining the terror that they felt. And every time I snap a picture, one of those faces freezes. And the way that it froze on the screen, it froze in my head. But that was just a day of deployment. And I had 6.5 months, 7 months left of Iraq to deal with that.
I went in as 11 Bravo to the Army. I scored fairly high, so I went to airborne school, which was going to be my next step of training for Special Forces. And during that time, I ended up getting injured really badly.
When I came home, I had spent my entire adult life up to that point, either training for combat or in combat. It was hard for me to think of anything positive in any way, whether it's for myself or for my country or for democracy or for the world. I couldn't help but base my beliefs and my feelings on my experiences, all of which had been horrifically fucking negative.
When most come out of the military, they're coming out to a world that they no longer understand anymore. You really get lost in that life when you're in the military. What happens is you have the camaraderie, the friendship, all the good things that you have in the military, and then when you come out, you kind of have society that's undisciplined, incapable, and just downright ugly.
Good evening, I'm Jamie Yukas. A massive police presence in Portland, Oregon today.
I hate to say this, guys, but I believe I'm going to stop the stream here, and I'm going to go lie down, because I'm in a lot of pain, and I don't feel too good. And I'm just being honest, And I don't feel too good, and I don't feel like I'm focused, and I'm kind of just, like, being dead air here, and I don't like that. I'm just going to go log. I'm sorry. And hopefully I feel better in a couple of hours, but I believe I'm going to take a nap, I think, and oh, shit, what the fuck's happening? Whoa. Well, at least I saved. So on that note, I will be back probably in about 2 hours, 3 hours, something like that, for the rest of the evening. Although I think I might have family dinner today, but yeah. So I'm sorry. It's just I had to get up at 7:30 in the morning today, which is so not me. It's not me, and it's like I had to get up at 7:30, and I went to get my blood drawn. Also, I got blood drawn. I got blood drawn today, which is probably why I feel like shit. I feel like shit because I got blood drawn, and I just don't feel like I'm doing that well. So I'm just not gonna make you guys deal with that. I'm gonna go lie down and rest and try to feel better. And I'm sorry to do this to you. Most days I'm okay, but I got blood drawn today and I didn't think about it, but it's sort of wiping me out, and I'm sorry. So I love you guys. I'm just not going to fight it. I'm going to go lie down, and see you later. I'll see you later, this afternoon. I'm sorry, but I'm going to take a small break here. I'm fucking paused. Oh God, I've been paused. I'm sorry, guys. I've been paused. I'm going to unpause. I didn't unpause. I don't know why I didn't unpause, but I didn't unpause, and I'm sorry. I think I only lost like an hour, though. There we go. Wait, what? Wait, go back. Oh, go back. Wait, go back. Go back a little bit.
Both of this, I'm not doing them, because right here he says I haven't done one since the Riyadh Comedy Festival.
Yeah, can we go back to the beginning? I want to hear that one more time.
Definitely.
To doing my first road, looking forward to doing my first road gig since that comedy festival I did. I don't know if you guys heard about that. I did a comedy festival that people had a lot of opinions on.
Yeah, I don't care. Why are you laughing so hard? You sold out, you fucking idiot.
Jesus Christ.
That was the most awkward laugh ever.
You
it's
sold
like it's so
out,
obvious
you
he's trying
fucking
to
idiot.
project this like, oh, I
Why
don't
are
give a
you
fuck,
laughing?
bro. Like, it doesn't even affect me, bro. Like all
Doesn't
these haters
affect me,
online,
bruh,
I just laugh it
bruh.
off. I see the hate, I just laugh it off, bro. Ha 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 ha. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's like it's just the most insecure shit ever. Like if you're gonna bring it up, actually fucking address it. You can't just sit here laughing about it. Like all the criticisms are invalid. Like how everyone's just melting down over nothing. It's just so funny to watch these snowflakes. Like there is actually a very legitimate criticism, a very substantive criticism at the heart of the backlash. For you to not acknowledge that is just intellectually lazy. It's unserious. It's beneath you, and it's insulting to your fans.
And we're coming up on 3 months of sustained derision from your audience. We're coming up. This was early October. I think it was October. No, it was,
What's
I think it was
doing
on
there?
October 7th.
I
Was
said,
the
what's
first
doing
day
there?
of the comedy festival. His might have been October 8th. So this is on January 5th, a few days shy of 3 whole months later.
What you doing there, totally dead face? What you doing there?
When we look at the comment section after this, you guys are going to see his fans are not over it. His base isn't over it. I saw a Reddit thread from somebody who had talked about seeing him in 3 countries in Europe, but they can't support him anymore, and they were willing to give him another chance if he'd come out and apologize. Instead, he laughs in everyone's face. That's how I interpret this. Do you interpret this differently? He brings up the fact that all of his fans are really, really upset
My
and
chair.
let down
Fuck
by
you,
this.
NPC.
And then he just laughs this
Fuck you, I have to
maniacal
sit, wait for the
fucking
blend-
evil villain
the blend
laugh
delivery.
for 15 seconds. Very strange.
We always make this joke. You can take the blend guarding job, like the Barney guarding job, like all of us have contemplated in our darkest moments. I'm waiting here for my blend delivery, bitch. Get the fuck out of my way. Don't get between me and this blend.
Yeah, just laughing at himself. It's one thing to laugh at your own joke, but he didn't even make a joke.
No, he didn't make a joke. He just cracked out in public on his podcast where he was like, ha ha ha, you canceled me. Yeah, we canceled you, bitch. We did.
Said, do you guys...
I'm sorry, that's how it works. Like, go woke or go broke.
Remember that comedy festival that I
Go
went to that a
woke
lot
or
of people
go
got
broke,
triggered
bitch.
by? And then proceeded to laugh for like 15 to 20 seconds. Again, he didn't even make a joke. It's cringy enough to laugh at your own joke, but that wasn't even a joke. You just said something and then awkwardly laughed to obfuscate from the fact that, clearly you're butthurt over the fact that you couldn't just get away with doing this shit. But yeah, let's go back and hear that laugh one more time.
Definitely.
It's on.
This was not that funny, you weirdo. You are on a podcast and you sound like the Joker.
Jesus Christ.
His rants on capitalism were great while they lasted, I suppose. This was quite funny.
Someday. Someday.
Still going.
I am going to do,
my God.
when enough time's gone by, when people clearly don't give a fuck, I am going to do, on this podcast, a nice deep dive into the absolute absurdity of that whole fucking thing. Anyway.
I look like Bane.
Let's do...
Oh, and then this is great. He's going to go out to segue into his fucking ad read.
Which lasts for like 10 minutes, guys. I just want everybody to see, this is why he does the podcast that nobody listens to, right? He's seen that it's totally worthless for him, that all it does is give him headaches. All he does is come and see himself downvoted into oblivion. It's not making him any money. You don't make fucking piss from, 16,000 view video on YouTube, right? Especially not if you're Bill Burr. That's the kind of money that you use if you like need to go to the grocery store and eat. But if you're rich like Bill, that's not the kind of money you care about. And for him to be doing this, you realize why he's doing it.
You guys should kiss. You're so close.
After this long screed of ads.
He's so sexy with his long hair. You guys should kiss.
Ads.
I mean, here we are all these months later. You know, I got to be honest with you. The outrage is still where it was. People are still so concerned. Anyway, all right.
You are
Squarespace,
cracking
everybody.
out. You are cracking out, Bill Burr.
Everybody, yes, fuck your stupid, annoying voice. That's the thing about this shit. It's like, I loved Bill Burr, but now it's just ruined for me. Even the things I used to love about him, like his voice and his accent, it just sounds annoying now. I'm like, you're a fucking phony. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to read you, or I don't want to hear you fucking give your shitty fake laugh. It sounds like he's auditioning to play the Joker. I'm like, what are you doing, bro? Are you trying to convince us all that you're mentally ill or something? Or it kind of reminds me of, I don't know if you guys watch any true crime shit ever, but there's great videos that analyze the, interrogation room footage. And sometimes criminals that have just committed a horrific act of violence, they realize the only way they can get out of it is by pretending to act crazy. So they can mount a defense of insanity or whatever. So they'll start doing shit like this during the interrogation. They'll start laughing when they're not supposed to, or making weird facial expressions again, so that they can start laying the groundwork for an insanity case. This is what that reminds me of. Like he's trying to convince a cop that he's actually crazy, and that's why he just brutally butchered his parents in cold blood or something like that. Like that is unironically the vibes I get from this. Who the fuck just laughs like that at something that's not funny? It's super awkward.
It was so weird, right? I listened to this, and guys, it was real serendipitous. This was a few days ago. I stumbled across this. I put it in my back pocket, and I'm like, oh yeah, we'll definitely react to this on one of our upcoming shows. And I couldn't believe
That's
it. It was so.
You're done. Thank you, the Vanguard. I'd like to sub to your
talk
channel.
about something here. Fallout 1.
Thank you,
released in
drawn out. I'd like
1997.
to sub to your channel.
Jasmine, show our drooling friend the door, please.
You all know it, we're not going to spend much time talking about it. Fallout 2, released in 1998. A year apart. Tactics came out in 2001. Little spin-off game, a lot of people liked it, some people didn't. Then nothing. Nothing
Tactics
for a
was
long
good.
time.
Tactics was really
Check
good.
it out.
But during this nothing, there was at least one man who really wanted something.
I actually made this logo for the post-apocalyptic game. It was called Apocalypse Road. And they said, well, you want Fallout.
Road.
Yeah, but that's, we don't have that. Somebody here knew someone at Interplay. We might be able to acquire it. I can remember it vividly. Just a sticky note on my desk when I came back said, got you Fallout, it's yours.
And so we got Fallout 3, released in 2008. This is the intro to the franchise to a lot of people, including me. This game has a lot of flaws, but is also really good. I think it's cool. So this gap between Fallout 2 and Fallout 3 was 10 years. Tactics doesn't really count. It's kind of a spin-off game. It's not really the same thing as what Fallout 1 and 2 were, and definitely not what Fallout 3 is. These are the things people really care about. The numbered entries that signify something big is here. Now, that said, Fallout New Vegas is basically one of these games. Doesn't have a number, but is, yeah, it's better.
This is brilliant. But I like this.
This released in 2010. Only 2 years after Fallout 3. Not bad. It was a good time to be a Fallout gamer. So keeping all of that in mind, we are going to talk about Fallout 4. Released in 2015. Fallout 4 did one big thing for Bethesda on launch and made them a lot of money. This was before Bethesda released Skyrim 19 different times. Next came Fallout 76, released in 2018. This game sucked. People did not like this game. This has been talked about so many different times in so many different videos that I don't have to go over it.
Because you guys are bad.
What's important to remember is that this number right here, the last one of these came out in 2015. It is 2026. Fallout 5, not even fucking close.
Go back to playing your single-player games where you just keep scrubbing the same mods, and just like I'm doing in Starfield, keep crashing your Fallout games 3, 4, 5, or whatever. Like, I don't know, man. Like, saying 76 in Starfield is bad, and you need Starfield in this list, too.
My best guess, and actually that's even kind of a hopeful guess, to be honest. So just real quick,
Starfield
these two numbers have this big of a gap between them. The previous biggest gap between main series releases was 98 to 2008. So that was 10 years between releases, which is a long time. And during that time, one man was pretty salty about that whole thing. And they acquired the rights to Fallout in 2004, meaning Todd only waited 6 years until he needed to make one. And now he expects us to wait 18 years between releases? What do you even, and the worst part about it all,
I'd like to buy some liquor, please.
This is brought up to his face. He says, oh, well, you got Fallout 76. Todd, that's not enough. But again, this has been ranted about a million times by a bunch of people way more articulate than me. I'm just trying to...
I don't think 3 was better than a couple of, like, plays, you know, over a couple of months. 4, I don't think it was that good. 76 is the only one of these games that I thought was super good. New Vegas is good if you're in the year 2006 or 8.
Point out the raw numbers here because it's staggering.
Oh, sorry, whatever it is, 2010. Yeah, like if you're in 2010, like Fallout New Vegas is good, you know, but it's like, I don't know, 5 years later, no.
When you really think about it. Like, let's look at what Bethesda has done from 2015 to 2023. They did some light design work on Fallout 76 because they didn't make that game. They outsourced that game to Bethesda Austin or whatever the fuck.
Oh, I forgot about that part of it, yeah.
Todd and the boys barely touched 76. So what Bethesda did since releasing Fallout 4 for 8 years was make Starfield. They spent 8 years to do some light work on Fallout 76 and make fucking Starfield. More on Starfield in a bit. Let's talk about From Software. What did they do from 2015 to 2023? In 2015, they released Bloodborne. In 2016, they released Dark Souls 3.
Yeah, I was going to say Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3. I got them out of order, but yeah, like Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3. I forgot Dark Souls came after Bloodborne. Yeah, that's weird because... Yeah, I was in the Bloodborne, but I didn't like Dark Souls 3.
And did DLC in 20...
I like Dark Souls 3. I've beaten it. But it's not like, you know, or maybe I haven't beaten 3. I have some playthrough on the PlayStation that's got like 150 hours, but I don't think I've beaten it. Yeah, I don't think I have. I don't remember what the end of 3 is, so I probably haven't.
2017.
I don't like that I haven't beaten Dark Souls 3. I did beat Sekiro, but I don't remember it. I remember the end of Bloodborne for some reason. Because I was on a lot of drugs. But I don't remember the end of these other games for some reason.
2019, they released Sekiro. In 2022, they released Elden Ring.
I beat Elden Ring, but I did it with my friend Dino Nuggets.
2023, they released Armored Core 6. And just for the fuck of it, I mean, Bethesda hasn't done anything since they released Starfield. And you know, a FromSoft released Elden Ring Night Rain, just for the fuck of it. So they've had 6 major releases in the time that Bethesda has, you know.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't.
So let's just look at another one. How about Capcom? In 2016, they did Street Fighter V. In 2017, they did Resident Evil 7. 2019, they did the Resident Evil 2
Devil May
remake,
Cry 4,
also a
5.
fantastic game. In the same year, they also released Devil May Cry 5. 2020 was Resident Evil 3 remake. Not as good, but definitely a fine game. And in 2021, they did Resident Evil Village, which is Resident Evil 8. Oh, and in 2023, they released the Resident Evil 4 remake. So this is a fun one. Let's look at Obsidian Entertainment. I don't know why we would be looking at Obsidian Entertainment, but just take a look at them and see what they've done from, you know, 2015 to 2023. All of this. They did all of this. Tyranny, Pillars of Eternity 2, The
Tyranny. 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 I can't believe this. You're just an AI construct, aren't you? And you don't know how to pronounce the word tyranny. Oh my god.
Grounded, Pentiment, The Outer Worlds 2. Just like an actual...
The Outer Worlds 2 did not come out in 2023, you fucking idiot. The Outer Worlds 2 came out like a month ago. No, that's wrong. Oh, you mean like they were producing it? Okay, never mind, I guess, yeah. He is right about that, yeah.
Dev studio just pumping out games. Now, I'm not going to say all these games are great. I didn't play any of these games, but people did. People liked them.
You didn't play any of these games? I played all of these games, even Tyranny. I played. I haven't played let's see. Did I? Yeah, I think I did rip off Grounded, but I didn't like the first hour of it, so I just left. But no, I haven't played Grounded very much. But I have played PoE 2, Outer Worlds 1, Tyranny. I didn't beat any of those games because I didn't like them very much.
Better company because of it. But how about we compare Bethesda to who they really want to be compared to? Rockstar Games. This is who Bethesda thinks that they are. They think they have the track record of Rockstar.
But they
I
are,
played GTA 3 and
kind
Vice
of.
City way before I played any Bethesda game. And GTA 3 and Vice City are infinitely better games than fucking Starfield.
No.
So if we look at Rockstar Games and what they've released from 2015 to 2023, it's just Red Dead. It's Red Dead 2. Here, actually, let me...
He erased my comment immediately, see it? Or something. Or the YouTube did.
Let me show you why you're not Rockstar. Skyrim, Fallout 4, and Starfield. These 3 games combined made about $4 billion. And this is actually being extremely generous. That's a Red Dead. That's just a Red Dead 2. That's one Red Dead 2. And you know, isn't it funny that Rockstar Games can release the 4th best-selling video game ever and completely abandon it? No online support, no DLC, nothing. You get nothing. Well, I mean, you get Red Dead 2, which is Red Dead 2. I mean, it's one of the best games ever made easily. But that's what Rockstar can do. They can make Red Dead 2 the 4th best-selling video game ever, loved by everyone. If they shit out a DLC tomorrow, they would make more money than Bethesda made on Fallout 4. And the reason Rockstar can just abandon the 4th best-selling video game ever is because GTA 5 and Online has made $10 billion. And they're slated to keep that train moving real soon. And this is the reason, Bethesda, that you are not Rockstar. So let's talk about Starfield. This was released by a AAA developer. This cost $200 million to make. It has mixed Steam reviews with 83,000 reviews. At the time of recording, it has 2,500 people online on Steam. I just want to point out, this is less than Dark and Darker. It isn't fun. Oh, by the way, Starfield got an 83 on Metacritic. You know what that means? No bonus. Nobody asked for Starfield. It put 2 major game franchises on hold, and this point I cannot stress enough.
I love those days.
Fallout and The Elder Scrolls are separately multi-billion-dollar franchises, if done correctly. They're rich in lore, beloved by millions, and Bethesda stopped making them. Fallout 76 shows what happens if you give Todd and the boys. Starfield didn't innovate. On literally anything in the industry at all. I mean, this is, everybody knows this. It's a regression in every single way. And for what?
Oh! Yeah, dude! What the fuck?
When Microsoft bought Bethesda, I had it in my head that maybe they'll greenlight new Fallout games. Maybe they'll remaster New Vegas. Remake 1 and 2 on like in a graphically better situation than they're in right now. Okay, let's be honest. Nope. Instead, do nothing. It's like the one time where you're just begging for a little bit of corporate greed, you know? Just a little bit of money-hungry fill. But no. Somehow,
No Oblivion Remaster. Did you forget about Oblivion Remaster?
They're able to just buy ZeniMax for $8 billion?
$8 billion. I thought you owned that.
And then just let Todd and the boys continue doing fuck all. You know, it's been said a million times that Microsoft owns Obsidian and
yeah, they didn't do Oblivion Remaster
right now. And so they can do the unthinkable. But it really just seems like they're gonna just do nothing. That was until the Fallout TV show. Microsoft and Bethesda didn't expect the show to succeed, which can be fair. I mean, shows often fail, but they had no faith in it whatsoever. They had absolutely nothing planned. No games ready, not even a Fallout 76 update. It wasn't until after the show came out that Fallout 76 started receiving real updates. Before that, it was literally just sell you stuff from Fallout 4. After the show, 76 got a huge boost in the developer count, it would seem, which was just a big scramble. But Fallout 4, oh, Fallout 4.
He's already dead. He's already dead.
He's already dead.
Fallout 4 got the next-gen update not too long after the show came out. What did the next-gen update do for Fallout 4, you ask? Well, it broke the game in a lot of different ways. It didn't add what it was meant to add,
He didn't mention Oblivion Remaster, but Bethesda owns Oblivion Remaster, I'm fairly sure.
Mainly, there was a widescreen support thing. That was kind
I'd
of
like
why
to buy
it's
some
called
liquor,
the next-gen
please.
update, I think, it was because it was going to add widescreen
Give me
support.
some blend. Give me some blend right now.
It
Give me
just,
some
like,
blend.
stretched the screen, which made the UI all freak out. It was just, they're awful. And
Give
then
me some more
Fallout 4
blend. I'll
stayed
fucking kill
broken
you.
for about 18 months. But the main thing the next-gen update did was add more monetization in the form of Creation Club nonsense. So fast forward to the Anniversary Edition, which was about 18 months, I believe. So the Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition broke the game in a lot of different ways. It charged you for literally nothing. I mean, like, there are options for me to currently buy stuff on the Steam page for Fallout 4 that would give me nothing.
We don't give two shits about how technology works, because all we care about is getting fucking rich.
It doesn't work on PlayStation. For some reason, it's just completely, there's pieces of it that are completely broken on PlayStation. It broke tons of mods, which actually, I forgot to mention that for the Fallout 4 Next Gen update.
Did?
One of the really core headaches with that
God, it broke all the mods. I forgot about that.
update was that it broke everybody's mods. Because Fallout 4 hadn't been updated for a very long time at that point. Oh, and it added more monetization, and I mean a lot more this time. So while we're here, let's talk about the Elder Scrolls 6. What do we know about the Elder Scrolls 6? Well, it's still years away. This much is confirmed by Todd. It'll be using ancient technology when it does release. We know nothing about the actual game. Two things are for sure, though, and that is lives will be told, and there will be Creation Club on launch. It's a sequel to Skyrim from 2011. One of the most successful games ever made, and I say that a little bit loosely. I think it's got like 30 million sales under its belt, but that's a significant number. It's high up there. There has been absolutely zero urgency from Bethesda, ZeniMax, or Microsoft to get this out the door. And it's not hard to demonstrate that. I mean, by the time the Elder Scrolls 6 releases, there would have been a 16 to 17 year gap between 5 and 6. For reference, there was a 5-year gap between 4 and 5. Fallout 3 Remaster. This one's a hot topic recently. My guess...
Yeah, but they've been working on it. You know they've been working on it for a long time. They want it to be good.
It'll have a 2026...
I think it will.
6 to 2028 release. I know
Yeah,
that's
I think it has actually
like an extremely safe guess. But
I don't mind his stick figure graphic. It's actually something I like.
it's so hard to read these people. This one's rumored to be developed by Bethesda themselves. The last one was outsourced to that
Virtuous.
studio.
Yeah, they're like, it's weird because we don't give credit for Oblivion Remastered to Bethesda, which seems fucking weird. And I would say they bungled the remaster. I think Sky Oblivion is going to prove that they bungled the fucking remaster. The code was always in their original game. But then they like redid it all in Unreal Engine, thinking that their fucking corpo speak was just going to sell their game. And it's an okay game, but no, many people, you know, complain about like optimization. If they just put Oblivion in the Skyrim engine, they would have been fine.
I can't think of the name of.
Like that engine that runs Skyrim Anniversary Edition, that engine could have done Oblivion just fine. Just fine. I'd like to buy some liquor, please. Thank you. This is so annoying. I hate this. Save. Just so I know I'm doing it. Blend is so annoying. I think I'd like 50 or 60. I want like 150 so I don't have to do this for a while.
Position for you. Best not to talk about it here. Meet me at the sewer grate northeast of the Share
Oh
Gorath
my
statue.
god, I hate Bethesda kind of. I really do. I'm terribly sorry.
To Doc. Come alone.
It's you know what this reminds me of? This fucking like this conversation. It reminds me of like when you meet the nerdy autistic kid at school. This like playing some kind of role-playing game with you.
East of the Share Goraths.
And they're like, would you care to journey with me to the brighter shores of Memoriana or whatever, and we shall don the cloak of excellence or whatever, and you're like, yeah, sure, yes, but I swear to God, when you really listen to it, it's like it just annoys me the way that they speak, the way so vicious, the way they seem to be.
Statue. Come after dark. Come alone.
That sounds so creepy. That's like go meet him in the dark alone somewhere. Hearus Clytumnus.
To the Share Gorath statue. Come after dark.
Eldermere.
Come alone.
Bye.
I remember hearing that this one is rumored to be developed by Bethesda. In-house, baby. Who the fuck knows what that will mean? Will it have the developed by Bethesda? In-house. Alldayerrydaybaby. Who the fuck knows what that will mean? Will it have the
Yeah.
Unreal Gamebryo combo? Is Bethesda developing this one in-house to learn how to do that method? I don't know. What I do expect from this is for it to lead to the New Vegas remaster, which is what we all crave.
No, I don't need to return to Fallout New Vegas, but yeah, if they make it good, it'll be a good playthrough. Yeah, I'll buy it.
So Fallout 5. As I said before,
that music is what I really think is really amazing. I think they're mistaking the soundtrack for a good game. Because New Vegas, yeah, the story is cool. You can kill everyone. And it has a kind of an interesting engine. But I don't want to play New Vegas. I mean, I don't want to play New Vegas again. Kind of the same way with Oblivion. I'm not playing Oblivion right now. They should watch that.
I think it'll be a 2033-ish release date. It'll
Drunken
probably be
Brandy.
on the upgraded creation engine. And really just
I'm
the
at
direction
1.5
of the
mil.
Elder
This is so
Scrolls
much
6
faster
is
than everything
gonna
else.
tell us what Fallout 5 is gonna be like. We gotta see if Bethesda is going to listen to literally
won't.
anything
they
that
won't.
has been told to them. So
No, they won't. But also, you're a little bit wrong. You're like wrong about Starfield being bad. You're wrong about 76 being bad. You're wrong about returning to these older games. You're wrong about a lot of the stuff that you're saying, you know?
In summary...
Remember that South Park episode about member berries? I'm just going to start saying member berries. Your member berries. You know, your member berries about Fallout. And honestly, like, if we have anything to bring us to a new Fallout reality, it's good, you know?
We are currently in the longest Fallout drought. 76 does not count, Todd. 2 to 3 was 10 years, 3 to 4 was 7 years, 4 to 5 is about 18 years. You can combine the wait between 2 to 3 and 3 to 4, and you won't get the wait between 4 to 5. Bethesda will let their biggest franchises sit for 15 plus years. Microsoft is just as at fault as Bethesda for letting Fallout get to this point. And the odds are, nothing will change. Again, I'm sorry for the doomer take, but...
And you're going to give this book, this great American novel, to the player. And what are they going to do with it? They're going to rip out every page and make paper airplanes out of it.
You just posted cringe.
Thanks for watching. Leave a like if you enjoyed. If you're watching right now, like if you're still watching this video and you haven't left a like come on, bro. Like you're here at the end.
This is me after spending the last year of my life infiltrating what many believe is the largest and most organized cult in the world. They gather in parks like this one all across the globe, from New York to Tokyo, standing silently, meditating. And here I am moving with them, eyes closed while a voice emits from a nearby speaker guiding us in our practice. But here's the thing, this isn't a yoga. What's really happening here goes way beyond meditation. It's a belief system, one I now believe to be based on identity, fear, and obedience.
As far as they're concerned, Lee created the universe. And if he said to you, see that white wall over there, that white wall isn't white, it's black, they would go, oh yes, right, yes, of course, I can see it. Whatever he said goes. He was infallible. He had superhuman powers. His word was the word of God.
This is a global spiritual movement, one tied to an alleged media empire, a billion-dollar dance company, and allegations so serious that multiple governments have investigated them. But to understand how I got here, what it was like to join, and why I spent hundreds of hours searching through personal emails, government documents, and archived websites, leading me to an outcome that I haven't seen anybody else talk about, we have to go back to my first interactions with this organization. In April of 2024, I went on my dream trip to Japan, and it was everything I could have hoped for and more. Beautiful landscapes, kind people, and the best food I have ever eaten. And also, 2 distinct moments where I had a camera shoved in my face. Both.
This is a good video. But it's gonna be a one-hit wonder. And that depresses me.
In April of 2024,
but he'll tell us something, which is good.
I went on my dream trip to Japan, and it was everything I could have hoped for and more. beautiful landscapes, kind people, and the best food I have ever eaten. And also 2 distinct moments where I had a camera shoved in my face. Both times happened in the same city, the tourist trap known as Asakusa, but they were very different experiences. One of these incidents was on the very last day of my trip when I was wearing sweatpants and an oversized hoodie getting ready for my flight back home. I was at the only place open at the time, Shochikun Cafe, which only serves pizza and muffins, and I left a Google review to get a free cookie. Great place, no complaints. But as I was sitting there eating my pizza and my muffin and my cookie, 2 guys ran into the cafe holding new style cameras and a waiver that asked me to sign, and I happily did with no questions asked. Next thing I know, they had the camera pointed at my face, asking me about how much I loved eating pizza. I'm pretty sure it was for one of those Japanese television shows where the hosts are in glittery boxes on the upper left and right corner laughing at the foreigners shoving their face full of pizza in Japan. But anyway, the other time I had a camera shoved in my face wasn't quite as fun. I was walking near a bus stop on the way back to my hotel when I noticed the street was closed off. There were some people there holding cameras pointing down the street, but I didn't see anything. There was no music, there was no accident, there was nothing there. So I approached this woman here and whipped out my handy dandy translate app to ask what they were waiting on. And she replied pretty simply, Pareto, which I didn't speak very good Japanese at the moment, but I was smart enough to piece that one together. And you know, I like parades, so I sat there and I waited to see what was gonna happen. But what I saw was pretty far from what I was expecting. As people marched down the street, I saw this sign with the words, Falun Dafa, a name that sounded familiar, but I couldn't quite place, at least not yet. While we were watching the parade, we were approached a few different times and given flyers, as you can see here. Most of the signs...
Look, it's a cult. He's right, it is a cult. Look.
Were seemingly pleading for mercy. They read out...
That's the only kind of power that would get these people to do something like that. Say no to CCP. Oh yeah, because probably they're at war with the government. Yeah.
It was a cry for help, bringing attention to what looked like some kind of human rights violation. And right about when I was getting ready to leave, a guy approached
the CCP wants to shut down their cult.
Me holding a clipboard, and I saw that attached to it was one of those little field mics. He asked me where I was from, and I said the U.S., and he lit up a little bit, and he was like, "Oh, that's cool, that's cool. Like, you guys have freedom of religion there. Isn't that a good thing?" I responded to him like, "Yeah, I guess that's cool."
Oh God, they don't.
Sure. And he immediately hit me back with, well, where I'm from, in China, we don't.
China,
don't you think that's a bad thing? And that's where the red flag started to go off for me a little bit. It was around that time I realized he was holding a little camera in his offhand pointing in my direction, and I was wondering why. Why was he asking me these questions, and why was he recording me? So I quickly and kind of awkwardly ended the conversation and continued the journey back to my hotel, which is where I started to piece it together. That parade was for a group called Falun Dafa, a name that I realized sounded familiar to me because years ago in college, I had a professor on an off day show me a documentary from this group called Falun Gong, a documentary that in itself was pretty tense. It supposedly showed groups of these marginalized people being exploited in Chinese labor camps. Camps that were allegedly violating these people's basic human rights as they were taking their limbs and selling them to the highest bidder. Essentially, the documentary alleged forced organ harvesting. And obviously, on remembering all of this, I went down a bit of a Google rabbit hole. I went into this hoping to learn about the plight of a people I wasn't familiar with, but I left with much bigger questions. Some of the largest of those questions being, why do they own so many media outlets globally?
This is good. I'm glad I stumbled on it.
Why do they run a trap?
I like coffee and cult stuff. It knows I do. I like coffee and cult stuff. There's a lot of power in a cult. And I think it's weird. I can think like a cult leader unlike a lot of other people. I think cults are some kind of joke that a bitter person plays against the world to finally get revenge for all the bullshit that the world puts them through. And I can actually relate to that. You understand how I boil cults down? I'm like, oh, there's a trick that L. Ron Hubbard or, I don't know, Book of Mormon guy or whatever, Joseph Smith or whatever. He was angry that they wouldn't let him marry his cousin or whatever, or that he wouldn't, he was angry, L. Ron Hubbard was angry because they wouldn't let him rape children. So they decide to get back at the world, and they play a trick on the world, which is like enslave a bunch of people to enslave a bunch more people with some kind of lie, and then tell them to worship you, and then you have like this power that rivals the government. That's what cults are. I don't find them fascinating when you look at it from that perspective, which is like it's a joke that a bad person plays on the world that lasts way longer than their own lifespan, usually. the damage lasts way longer than their own lifespan. And that's what I think cults are. I'll boil it down to what I think they are, which is like playing a joke on the, this is something I can relate to too, playing a joke on the world. That, you know, I run a stream, whatever, and in a way that's kind of like being a cult leader. It's like, hey, I'm out here and I want you to come watch my video or whatever, you know. It's weird like that. But my thing is you know, wrong, kitty? No, you're just bored. You're bored. What was I gonna say? So you're unhappy with the way the world treated you as a David Koresh or a Jim Jones. And so you play a trick on the world where you take a bunch of people with you and you enslave them and they become your sexual objects and all this terrible shit. And while I can't relate to that kind of terribleness, or that kind of, like, you know, whatever you call it, like that kind of malevolence, I can understand wanting to hate. I understand hating the world enough to try to leave some bomb that blows them up long after you're dead. And I think that's what most cult reasoning is let's play a trick on the world. They weren't very fair to us.
Traveling dance show, and probably
another reason that cults exist, and it's crazy, and I know this because of a particular video I watched about gypsies. Because gypsies don't pay property taxes because they always are fixing up their houses as opposed to being done with it, they're one of the richest cultures in the world, or at least that's what's purported to be. They have their own private city, and I forget the name of it, but yeah. And that's because they don't pay property taxes, and I think cults don't pay taxes. That's another major reason that cults are super fucking popular, is the members of the cults. I don't think they have to pay taxes. They only have to tie to their church. A lot of people might really appreciate that, being like, I'm under the umbrella of the, you know, Scientologist church. All my money goes to them, not this piece of shit government that bombs Venezuelan people and kills, you know, poor white lady in Ferguson or whatever.
Most importantly, is this a cult?
Or is it Ferguson? That's not Ferguson, no. But I forget. Where was George Floyd from? What city was the George Floyd case? Because I got a bad memory. Because I've got a bad memory. Yeah, that's Minneapolis, motherfucker. So, like, yeah, so, like, I think the cops are a cult. I think these politicians are a cult. I think the left is a cult. I think the right wing is a cult. I think there's nothing but cults now. People that worship something greater than themselves. Fucking idiots. They go against the number one rule, which is look out for number one, and putting something else above them like a cult. It violates the human condition, which is look out for number one. It doesn't really fit. When you see it, it's always eerie and fucking freak out, because you're like, oh, this is eerie. Look at all those dudes parade in a parade that's not even thrown by the city, as they try to sway the public to try to help them in their cause or whatever. Oh no, did you DC? No, don't DC, don't DC. Am I done? I don't know, let's go see.
The Chinese government calls Falun Gong an evil cult. These Chinese practitioners now in Los Angeles, California, insist that it's a peaceful, spiritual exercise.
Well, you've probably heard of Falun Gong as a persecuted spiritual movement.
They meditate all day because they're in a cult, and honestly, because they don't have to worry about anything else, they look like way more healthier and way happier because they only have to focus on one thing. But we have this modern, crazy, fragmented lifestyle with cell phones and cars and jobs and